You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning, it's March the 31st, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. I'm live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. Well, what a weekend that was, people. I'll tell you. Here I am. Usually I give an eyewitness weather report as we get started. And I can tell you today, the word of the day is ice. That's right. Ice everywhere, all over the trees, all over the roads, all over the buildings, all over the cars, everywhere. We got rain, freezing rain all weekend long. Myself here, the reason I'm broadcasting at all, because we are without power, is because we have a generator that's running to put some power into the house. But other than that, businesses are closed. Gas stations have run out of fuel. The ones that were able to stay open, like if they had their own generators, and yeah, it's pretty nasty. We're hearing that we may not get our power back here until tomorrow sometime later in the day. So who knows? And you'll probably also notice I'm a little sinusy. I am stuffed up, and I have one hell of a cold. I'm taking my Buckleys, and I got some halls going on, trying to make things a little bit easier for me to breathe and get through the day. So, but other than that, yeah, stay safe, everybody out there. Lots of trees are breaking. Highways have been closed. Hydro lines have been down right over top of roadways, the whole bit. I was out this morning and did a little tour around here and saw all kinds of trees that had snapped just like that. So, and the ice is melting. It is warming up here, and it will be warm enough that it won't probably melt at all, being that it's going to be somewhere around 10 degrees Celsius or 50 degrees Fahrenheit, and should melt that snow. But there's still lots of damage out there, and stay safe, people. Other than that, all right, we'll get started onto the news. And first story up of the day comes to me from the business of cannabis. Headline says, cannabis research woefully undersupported by state sales taxes, says new report. Cannabis-related scientific research is woefully undersupported in the U.S., with less than half of the states which have legalized cannabis in some form offering provisions for research. Now, according to the Journal of Cannabis Medicine, published before, the state funding for cannabis research and analysis of funding mechanism and levels said that came out this month, said that they found just 17 of the 38 states with some form of legalized medical or recreational cannabis industry include clauses of scientific research, and of those, just 12 had allocated funds. Come on, people, let's get some research in there. Everyone's screaming, we need more research. We need more research. And those are the politicians. So yeah, you know, they're not helping in any way by not funding it. So Led by researchers at the University of California and the Cannabis Policy Lab, the study highlights the expanding chasm between cannabis legalization and rigorous scientific research able to inform these regulations. States like California, Michigan, and Florida were identified as leading examples, having established university partnerships and dedicated research grants. Leading the charge, California earmarks a portion of cannabis tax revenue specifically for studies on the health effects of cannabis use. Meanwhile, although states like Alabama and Pennsylvania include research-related language in their laws, they have yet to distribute any funds. It goes on to explore the dynamic between federal and state-sponsored research, with the vast majority of funding still coming via the federal government. Well, we know that's not a lot there, mostly from the National Institute of Abuse. In 2021 alone, oh, there you go, $200 million, they said they accounted for, and the NHL's total of $369 million invested in cannabis research. Well, that's a lot more than I ever thought they would be, being that, you don't get much from the U.S. Most of it comes from Europe or other places. Despite hundreds of millions of dollars in grants, critics argue that this research is often biased towards exploring the risks and harms of cannabis use. I think a lot of cannabis advocates would agree with that. It's been like that since I got started years ago, with less emphasis on the potential therapeutic applications of the medicine or the potential for legalization to benefit public health. Public health, maybe reduction in opioids. Yeah. As such, the report authors argue that state governments are now raking in billions, that's the B people, in tax revenue from cannabis sales and are in the position to launch multidisciplinary research. The authors recommend that states allocate a fixed percentage of cannabis tax income to academic research, create competitive grant programs, and build closer ties between public health authorities and research institutions. Without these efforts, the study warns cannabis policy in the U.S. risks being shaped more by politics and industry lobbying than by evidence and public interest. Yeah, I can see that, because they're always screaming, no, there's not enough research, which I already mentioned. So, alrighty, from that acknowledgement that they got to put some more money into the research, on to our next story. Just get that line right up there. There we go. And this one comes to me from the Marijuana Moment. Headline says, Trump White House says marijuana decriminalization opened the door to disorder. Huh? Open the door to disorder. Yeah, in Washington, D.C. What disorder? Boy. President Donald Trump's White House says the move to decriminalize cannabis in Washington, D.C. is an example of a failed policy that opened the door to disorder. What? In a fact sheet about an executive order that Trump signed on Friday, which is broadly aimed at beautifying the district and making it more safe, the White House listed several local policies in the nation's capital that it takes issue with, including cannabis reform. I don't know where people seem to think that this guy's going to legalize cannabis, but I'll tell you, I don't find anything that says he is. That's despite the president's previously stated support for a states' rights approach to cannabis laws. See? DC's failed policies opened the door to disorder, and criminals noticed. It says, citing marijuana decriminalization, as well as the district's decision to end pretrial detentions and enforcement practices around rioters as examples of such policies. The executive order itself doesn't mention cannabis specifically, but it says the directive will involve deploying a more robust federal law enforcement presence and coordinating with local law enforcement to facilitate the deployment of more robust local law enforcement presence as appropriate in the areas in or around D.C., and that includes addressing drug possession, sale, and use. With respect to the fact sheet circulated by the White House, cannabis possession and personal cultivation is legalized in D.C. under voter-approved ballot initiative, though commercial sales of non-medical cannabis remain illegal, a policy referred to by some as decriminalization. It's medical. Because of the long-standing congressional rider that's been annually renewed since that vote, the district hasn't been able to use local funds to implement a system of regulated recreational cannabis sales. So officials have taken steps to expand the city's existing medical cannabis program as a workaround. During Trump's first term, he maintained that D.C. rider to keep blocking cannabis sales in his budget request, as did his successor, um, President Joe Biden. But as advocates and industry stakeholders have waited to see how the Trump administration will navigate the cannabis policy issues during this second term, and whether the president will push for reforms such as rescheduling and banking access as he endorsed on the campaign trail, the fact that his White House first public mention of cannabis links decriminalization to disorder is hardly encouraging. I gotta completely agree with that. The prohibitionist group Smart Approaches to Marijuana cheered the White House messaging. You got a prohibitionist group cheering that message, Yeah. Then they added that Washington, D.C. did not just decriminalize private cannabis use for adults. It opened the door for total legalization, which can be smelled on virtually every street today. I wouldn't doubt you can smell it before legalization. This comes one day after former Rep. Matt Gaetz, he was Trump's first pick as the U.S. AG. He said that in an op-ed that meaningful marijuana reform is on the horizon under the current administration, praising the president's leadership in supporting rescheduling. Where? Where? The former lawmaker's column omits mention the fact that former President Joe Biden initiated the rescheduling review that led federal agencies to recommend the reclassification. And while it's true that during his 2024 campaign, Trump endorsed the policy change in a social media post, he has not publicly addressed marijuana issues since taking office. That's right. The current administration rescheduling process is delayed, with the DEA judge postponing hearings on the proposal near the end of Biden's term amid complications related to selected witnesses. Yes, there was. That included questions about whether the DEA leadership actually supported the proposed rule despite the agency's role as the proponent of the policy. Trump's selections for key administration positions also come with a mixed bag of cannabis records. Exactly. For example, the president picked former Florida Attorney General Pam Bondi to run the DOJ, and the Senate confirmed that choice. During her confirmation hearing, Bondi declined to say how she planned to navigate key cannabis policy issues. And as state attorney general, she opposed efforts to legalize medical cannabis. She opposed medical cannabis. That doesn't sound too well. Adding to the uncertainty around the fate of the rescheduling proposal, Trump's nominee to lead the DEA, Terrence Cole, had previously voiced concerns about dangers of marijuana and linked its use to higher suicide risk among youth. As I said, I'm not hearing anything positive. Stakeholders have been trying to leverage Trump's stated support for rescheduling, appealing to him for framing the issue as means to support veterans and patients in a way that they hope will motivate the president to advocate for the reform from the Oval Office. Regardless of how other officials and his administration feel, the thinking goes the mandate from Trump would not go unheeded. So we'll find out on that. At that point, the cannabis industry funded political action committee is attacking Biden's cannabis policy record as well as the nation of Canada. With new ads promoting sometimes misleading claims about the last administration while making the case that Trump can deliver on reform. Yeah, attacking Canada on it. In that ad, I did that story the other day, and I had a chuckle with it too. So, alrighty, on to story number 3. This one's coming to me from StratCan. And the headline on it says that new licenses slow in first quarter of 2025. Shift to micro licensing begins. Yeah, I could see that. The smaller places instead of the big guys, big factories. So far this year, Health Canada has approved 11 new micro licenses and 4 new standard licenses. They revoked 37 licenses, listed 2 as expired and 1 as suspended. The number of cannabis license revocations has been increasing in recent years. There were 106 such revocations in 2024 compared to 101 new licenses issued. 62 of those new licenses were micro cultivators and or processors, while 36 were standards and 3 were cannabis nurseries. The majority of revocations are at the request of the license holder, while a few were revoked at the request of the health minister. There are currently 893 active cannabis licenses listed by Health Canada. That's down from 914 in early January. License revocations and expirations are common in the lead up to tax time in April, as producers looking to exit the market will want to exit before a new filing season for their taxes and other associated annual fees. Now, in addition, following Health Canada's change in the federal regulations, expanding the canopy and processing capacity for microprocessors and processors and the growers, 26 standard license holders have already been listed as shifting to micro licenses. 10 of those changes were noted for the week of ending March the 21st, and another 16 were listed on March the 28th. Micro licenses have been the most popular license type for several years in a row, likely due to their lower costs and approval times. And with micro cultivation, micro processing, and nursery licenses pay an annual $2,500 regulatory fee to Health Canada. Standard cultivation and standard processing and sale for medical purposes licenses pay $23,000, while micros pay 1% of the revenues on sales up to $1 million. Standards pay for a flat 2.3%. So when this all got going and the micros were coming in, a lot of people figured that's what was going to happen. People would shift to the micros. The consumers are shifting there, and the growers, there's benefits. If you're wanting to be a grower in the cannabis and the legal industries, obviously there's some benefits to be the micro grower. So it'd be nice if the micro growers could be able to deal directly with without having to go through the LPs. I don't know whether that's changed, but that was last I was aware of it. So, okay, here we go. Last story before I go to break. This one comes to me from the Marijuana Moment. Headline there says Iowa lawmakers unanimously approve bill to create psilocybin program that would treat up to 5,000 patients with PTSD. And I'm going to say PTSI. It's an injury. I know they call it a disorder, but some patients have spoken with, they don't consider it a disorder. They consider it it's an injury to them. So, an Ohio House Committee has unanimously approved a Republican-led proposal to create a state-regulated therapeutic psilocybin program for adults with PTSD. The bill HF 620 from Rep. John Wills passed the House Ways and Means Committee on a 23-0 vote. If enacted into law, it would allow up to 5,000 patients in the state to legally access psilocybin produced in-state by licensed entities. Administration sessions would need to be supervised by registered facilitators, mostly medical professionals, who would need to complete state specific psilocybin education. Psilocybin providers would need to be doctors, advanced nurses. Let me get this ad out of the way. It's going to close anyways. There we go. Nurse practitioners, advanced nurse practice nurses, psychologists, and social workers who complete psilocybin continuing education requirements, register with the state, and pay a registration fee. Administration sessions themselves would need to be at registered clinical locations and would need to be video recorded. These recordings would need to be available for inspection by state officials upon request. The psilocybin itself will be produced by state licensed establishments. Local governments could not outright ban those facilities, nor could they deny them appropriate licenses based merely on the fact that psilocybin violates federal law. Notably, a licensed psilocybin production facility could be co-located with one of the state's few licensed medical cannabis producers, known in Iowa as medical cannabidiol producers. And the bill says regulators may grant psilocybin licensing preferences to those existing cannabis producers. Facilities couldn't be located within 1,000 feet of a community location or 500 feet of a residential area. Only people 21 and older and without a misdemeanor for drug distribution or any felony could work at the psilocybin producers, and licensees themselves would face background checks. Yeah, that happens a lot. Up to 4 independent testing labs could be licensed under the bill, and the state could also establish its own lab. License applications will be accepted beginning July the 1st, 2026. To oversee the system, the legislation would create a state psilocybin production establishment licensing board under the Iowa Department of Health and Human Services. Now, appointed by the director of that department, the board would include a member of the public with knowledge on psilocybin, a member with knowledge and experience in the pharmaceutical or nutraceutical manufacturing industry, and a law enforcement member, a university chemist or researcher with experience in manufacturing, a member who has a background in fungus or mushroom cultivation and processing. Here comes the hiccups. The HHS director or a designee would also sit on the board, casting a vote only in the event of ties. So that means they would be the deciding factor. Yeah. Earlier this week, a Ways and Means subcommittee unanimously advanced the legislation from Willis himself, a military veteran for 25 years. He says, "I know a lot of my guys that are still suffering," the lawmaker told the Cedar Rapids Gazette. He said, it goes on to say, "What happens with those PDSI sufferers if they, the U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs, put them on a mind-altering medicine for the rest of their life?" Willis also told the Gazette that although other psychedelic substances and qualifying conditions aren't listed in the bills, the intent is that state regulators could eventually expand the program to include other conditions or substances that research supports. So there you go. It's good to be able to add stuff to it. Radio. We will just remove that out of there. There we go. So other than that, we are getting ready to go to break. And a shout out to my YouTube viewers who are watching the show this morning. Thanks for tuning in. And it's time for me to take my medication. I got to get a drink. I know that big time. I know that. We'll be right back. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. I'm live here at paceradio.net and at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
That way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
All right, and back, bringing you some more news, just so you know. The sinuses didn't get cleared up any better over break, but I got rid of some crap. So, all righty, just so you know. Good morning, afternoon, guys. Well, I can tell you, Gordo, just so everybody knows, Gordo's in Scotland. It is morning here. And Gordo, also, so you know, we are in a bit of a pickle over here in Ontario, Canada. We are suffering from a ice storm, and there's a lot of damage going on, and a lot of stuff's happening as far as work to get done in order to fix this, because there's a lot of people who aren't at work because of the storm. There's a lot of damage going on out there. Hydro poles, hydro lines have been down on the road. Trees are down on roadways. So yeah, it's a bit of a mess out there. If you don't have to go out, why go out? You just stay here and watch the news. That's all. All righty. From that, we'll switch over to the next story. And this one's coming to me from Mugglehead Magazine. Headline says, Emory University measures psilocybin therapy healing with a voice analysis app. Let's see what this is about. Atlanta, Georgia's Emory University has developed an innovative mobile app that will be used to measure the efficacy of magic mushrooms therapy in a novel way. Fabla, developed by a team of experts from the institution's App Hatchery initiative, is the center of an upcoming study regarding the impact of psilocybin on people suffering from depression. The software will measure characteristics of their verbal responses, like tone, pitch, and word selection, to help judge whether or not the psychedelic mushrooms are beneficial post-administration. They call these speech biomarkers. Now, it says that recruitment for the optimized study will begin next month. The school plans to enroll 141 people in the clinical trial, which will be housed at the healthcare center in Colorado. These subjects will use the app for 2 weeks before the therapy sessions begin, and for 6 weeks afterwards. I guess that would give you your base stuff for the 2 weeks before therapy, and obviously the 6 weeks afterwards is a continuation of see how things have improved. Now, according to Fabio creator Deanna Kaplan, she says that rather than simply asking if someone feels better, we're examining how their internal dialogue changes. Ooh. Now, Imperial College London is the only other notable research institute to integrate speech analysis into a psilocybin depression study, and that the British School published its assessments in the Journal on Affective Disorders back in 2018. So here we are, like 8 years later, and it's still being looked at, right? Still being researched. Alrighty, from there, we're gonna move on to the next one. We're gonna go to a nice warm spot. Like I said, we are sitting here in a province of ice, at least in this area that I'm at. And so let's head to Hawaii, where it's much warmer and there's no ice, as Hawaii lawmakers weighing proposals to boost medical cannabis program. Good. A push is underway in the Hawaii legislature to expand the state's medical cannabis program after efforts to legalize adult use again failed to advance. According to Hawaii's News Now bills in the Senate and the much more conservative House contain several provisions aimed to boost enrollment in the MMJ program while thwarting unlicensed and unregulated supply channels. The proposals include allowing medical professionals to recommend cannabis for patients instead of adhering to restrictive lists of qualifying conditions, allowing licensed cultivators to wholesale medical cannabis products directly to retailers, and adding dispensaries in rural areas. Another bill would boost enforcement of the illegal CBD stores by requiring licenses, seizing products containing THC, and shuttering such establishments, Hawaii News Now has reported. All the legislation, according to lawmakers, is designed to prop up the state's stagnant medical cannabis program. The number of registered medical patients in Hawaii has been gradually falling since at least September of 2023. At the end of February, there were 29,820 in-state patients, down from 31,581 in February 2024, and roughly 5.5% according to the latest statistics from the state's health department. Yeah, you don't never want to see the patients' numbers going down because it's either patients are dying or not as many people are registering for the program. And, only way to support the programs is to register with them, right? So, okay, on to the next story. This one here. I've never been to these people before, but there we go. This one comes to me from Fierce Biotech, and it says Relmada reconsiders phase 2 plans to test magic mushroom extract for obesity. Like, this is almost like cannabis. They're coming out with so many different conditions that psilocybin can be beneficial, just like what they've done with cannabis. I've never heard them talk about it for obesity, so this is good. Here we go. Relmada Therapeutics attempts to see whether a magic mushroom extract could be used to treat obesity and metabolic diseases might be coming to an end before they really begin. Biotech launched a phase 1 study in November of 2024 of its low-dose formulation of psilocybin, which is extracted from magic mushrooms, or for metabolic disease. At the time, Relmada pointed to a preclinical rodent data that it claimed showed the therapy dubbed REL-P11 could have potential to become a valuable therapeutic option in the evolving obesity and metabolic syndrome space. The plan had been, I don't like this past terms, had been used to use the first clinical trial to warm up for the launch of phase 2 study in the first half of 2025. But in its full year earnings results, Relmada said it is now reevaluating further development of the REL-P11 as part of our prioritization efforts. While results of the phase 1 study indicate that REL-P11 is well tolerated, our emphasis on focused patient populations and the increased competition clinical development landscape in metabolic disease have prompted our review, says their chief financial officer, Meg Shinoda. Now, psilocybin has appeared in a number of biotech pipelines as the sector investigates whether psychedelics could improve treatment for mental health conditions such as depression and PTSD. 5 months ago, Cybin posted the phase 2 data suggesting its psilocybin-derived compound could help major depressive disorder, while Compass, don't be jumping around, Pathways is expected to report phase 3 depression data for its psilocybin therapy in the coming months. I'm going to watch for that, people. Now, Relanda ditched a pair of phase 3 trials for its own depression project. I wonder why. An MDAR antagonist dubbed Rel 1017 at the end of last year, likely after the likelihood of success dimmed. Oh, maybe that's why they've done this. Top of the biotech's list of priorities is NDV -01, a sustained release intraversal formulation of commonly used chemotherapies. Top line data from the phase 2 study of non-muscle invasive bladder cancer are due to be presented at a conference next month. There's also ceprolondone, a GABA A modulating steroid agonist licensed from Azerin. They don't make these words easy to say, people. Believe me. Phase 2 studies in Tourette syndrome and Prader-Willi syndrome are both expected to kick off sometime between the fourth quarter of 2025 and early 26, with $44.8 million in the bank at the end of 2024. The CFO says the company began this year with solid financial strength. Now looks okay, good. There you go. It's the end. Just the cursor bar on the side there makes it look like a real long story. But yeah. All right. Last story of the day is coming up, and this one's coming to me from the marijuana moment. And we are heading to New York. And maybe if you ever go visit New York, maybe you go to a theater or someplace like that. But look at this. New York movie theaters could sell marijuana and allow consumption during the films under forthcoming licenses, official says. Like, wow. A New York official said there are plans in the works to expand permitting and licensing rules that could allow adults to buy and consume cannabis at movie theaters. And that's what it says. While many theaters across the country currently let moviegoers purchase and drink alcohol, that's not the case for cannabis in states where marijuana has been legalized. Something tells me they're talking about beverages, not smoking joints in the theater. But we'll find out as we go along. Now, press secretary from New York's Office of Cannabis, Tyler Randy Lee, says at this time, cannabis can only be sold at legal licensed adult use dispensaries or legal licensed adult use micro businesses. For theaters to serve, recreational cannabis at their establishments, they would need to either an events permit or consumption lounge license. She was quoted as saying in a story the trade publication ran about ways that theaters can appeal to audiences to buy tickets. The New York State does not have either yet, but plans to do in the future. Well, let's get there in the future. The idea of potentially expanding permitting to authorize sales of cannabis products at movie theaters would set New York apart as it continues to build upon the state's legalization law. I just never heard of anybody doing it in the theaters. With all these no smoking laws everywhere, that's why I'm thinking beverages. But here we go. OCM's comments come days after Governor Kathy Hochul signed a pair of companion bills into law that are meant to expand New York's marijuana farmers market program, allowing for more partnerships between licensed cannabis businesses and standalone pop-up events. New York initially authorized cannabis farmers markets events in 2023. I remember that, aiming to expedite consumers' access as traditional retailers were being approved and help producers bring their products directly to market. Yeah, the stores were really behind on getting going, and all these farmers had all this product. So they allowed them to have farmers markets. Last December, Hochul separately signed legislation to revive the program after it sunsetted in January of 2024. The farmers market events, as originally authorized, were largely responsive to the slow rollout of New York's adult use cannabis program, which faced multiple delays in implementation amid litigation. But the state's industry has gradually expanded, with officials in January touting $1 billion in total sales since the market launched. There you go. Movie theaters. Gonna go to the movies? And who knows? It never did say whether it was going to be non-smokables, smokables, both. So who knows what the regulations would be? But hey, Don't worry, we're going to keep an eye on this. And if it's is in the news again, we'll make sure we find out what's going on in New York and doing doobs, smoking doobs, or drinking beverages, cannabis beverages in the theater. All right, people, that's it. I got it all done. I covered 8 stories. Imagine, I'm amazed I got through the show. I am just completely stuffed up. Sinuses or can't even breathe through them. So, all right. Other than that, people, that's it for today. Thanks to our buds at the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, limestonecityhydroponics.ca, and at east.ca. In closing, mate, to say thank you for tuning in. Thanks for watching. And as I always say, I've been saying this for years, people, do not educate. Oh, don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate. I'll get it right. There we go. Talk to you all Thursday. Bye-bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
Cannabis whispers sway to the breeze, under the sun where the heart finds ease, rustling leaves in a vibrant scene, nature's embrace literally. Let the good times roll and shine in this golden dawn that you are mine. Waves of green under the endless sky, roots run deep as the days drift by. We'll sing along with the birds' sweet song in this magic space we know we belong. Oh, let the good times roll and shine, this golden moment you are mine. Rolling hills with the sun on our face, every spirit's in this sacred place, every lash and every moment we find, with heartbeat our souls intertwined. Let the good times roll and shine. In this golden moment, you are mine.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I want to talk about news, don't want the drama. From no pretentious media Madonna. I found me a great ganja mama. Cannabis and coffee with some marijuana.
Good morning and welcome to Cannabis and Coffee with me. I was doing a quick costume change. Well, not really. I just looked at what I was wearing and went, Jesus Christ, you look like a pink potato. Anyways, how's everybody doing this week? It's been a week. From hell, to be fair. This last weekend actually wasn't too bad. I started back to work yesterday, but substitution has been a little crazy, to be fair. We've had several people move, which has been good. But they're not moved, but they just moved. Like we do. It's hard with the unhoused. That's even like because we're in an election cycle right now too. It makes it even harder because some of us would like to include that demographic and some people don't care. Again, it's under provincial jurisdiction, but when we're handing them out the medication that we do, it kind of falls under provincial jurisdiction too. So I don't know how you bring a federal platform into that, except that we need housing and a lot of it. But then again, some of the people that I work with will never be able to be housed, nor do they want to be. That's what I mean. Like, there's really no solving the unhoused problem because it's not really a problem for some people. Some people want to live like that. They will never want to be housed. I don't know. I don't know if people just don't get that, or they're just trying to push their own ideology on people and just don't quite understand that. I don't know. When I was a kid, we always had a hermit or two living in the woods. We were told just leave them alone. They didn't like people. Didn't want to be around people. Didn't care to be around people. So just let them be, right? Mind your own business. Let this person be. I don't see what the problem is with live and let live. Anyways, so this week also kind of brought me to a real banger of a moment. Literally, I broke my fucking banger bong. I mean, granted, it was old. I don't know how old. I haven't bought a bong in 20 years, but I've won, trophies. But I did. I went and bought a bong, and the prices go to what? I mean, they were always really expensive for nice, hand blowing stuff. I mean, I don't mind paying for quality. This little guy here that we tried using once, and it was rather difficult to use because when you've got an email, right? So you got your email. This is what we're trying to use. Email into here. What's happening here? Anything bigger than this? And I wasn't at the legal store. I was actually at like one of our old bong stores. But anything bigger than this was over $100. This was still like $50 plus. Like, what can I show you to like even like? Where's my lighter? Where's my lighter? There's a Bic lighter. That's a big Bic lighter, okay? Bic lighter sitting on the. And sure, it comes with this, and we all know what happens with this. They break after you use them twice, and then you also need a cart to go on top of that, right? More money. But this little baby was Pulsar Froggy Fun Guy Glass Dab Rig, $52.50. Unusable now. So we used it once. Like I said, we used it once. I'm gonna clean it up and use it for a waffle for the substitution program. But yeah, so that'll be up for grabs and all proceeds will go back into the substitution program. I don't know when I'm gonna do it, but that's yeah. So it was kind of like, why did my thing have to break? Like, but again, when you've used the same thing over and over and over again for what's in here? Oh, I don't want to drink that. That's a few days old. See what is in there? Oh yeah, it's a ice cap, melted. So yeah, so I went out to visit my lovely partners in helping me with the substitution program yesterday. So if you're in the Kootenay area, you can head out and please support Dirty Darts Trading Post out on the Tunaha. And again, I'd like to acknowledge that I live, love, and work and play on the beautiful Tunaha Nation, which honors also the Akam, Lower Tobaccos, and Lower Band. I think that's all of them. Yes. I hate to be not mindful of that. But anyway, so I go out there and I take them stuff and then they flip that. And then all that money goes into the substitution program. So I went out there and I had taken them like 6 cookies. They sold them all. They were gone. And I mean, I didn't charge a lot for them. I think they gave me $20 for 6 cookies. Well, that $20 again then turned into yes. So anytime I do this, which then again gets turned into candy, right? To make candy and edibles for the program. So if you ever want to donate some of these, you can always use these. And this is not an injectable, folks, okay? For educational purposes, there is no pokey, okay? You do not inject this. This is Phoenix Tears. This is full spectrum oil. This is what we suggest that you might possibly use and get some relief if you suffer from cancer. Rick Simpson, if you Google him and his story about Phoenix Tears, this is what this is. This is Phoenix Tears. RSO, Fico oil, old school oil, the kind we used to, dab on the end of a cigarette and with a pen. Medicine. That's what that is. So that's your full, and I've got a few of them now. I could use more, but in reality, what do we got here? 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. That's one batch of 80 milligram candy right there. That's what goes into a batch of candy. I could use more because I need higher milligrams. So that's one batch of candy. One. And then everybody goes, well, geez, you charge a lot. I don't. We don't charge it. I should be charging like way more. You know how much this is in my hand for medical, like medicine cost wise? And then I was charging $2 a candy. Get bent. This is like almost 100. And if you're paying like 20, so 20, 4, 60, 80, 120, 40, 160, 160. If you're buying it retail, right? For a $2 candy, do you get? Now do you understand why edibles cost more and why they don't allow the legal market to let you have any more than 2.5? Because it's not viable to put like 20 grams of this at $20 a piece into a $2 candy. As much as we love to. And I did. I ripped myself off for fucking years. Ripped myself off. But the thing of it is I was making it myself, so it wasn't like I was paying retail. But I still had to pay for the ISO, my time and everything else to make it. And, never mind the chances of blowing myself up. Anyways, so this is a Pulsar little banger, and this will be up for waffle. And all proceeds will go back into the substitution program, which you can find on Facebook. So please go to the Facebook page, like, share, and get your friends to join, and then you can send money to marylee3@gmail.com. And we always need money. Or if you want to send us materials, which you are legally able to do, reach out to me, and I will give you my address. As long as you're not a stalker, because I've already had one of those, and he wasn't pleasant to get rid of. He cost us a lot of money. Anyways, we don't discuss those things. Last week we were talking about growing. I hope you guys got your seeds popped. Actually, during the next, when I do my break, I will. You'll never believe what I found in the bottom of a basket. The stuff I found in the bottom of a basket was like absolutely fucking crazy. Anyway, so propagation too, like if you're actually growing from clone. So this book, I believe you can get it on Amazon. I'm not even sure where I got this. It was probably given to me, but it's like $25.99. I'm sure you could get it somewhere. And if you don't have, any of this, most of the stuff you could probably find online too. But it's good to remember when you're, like I said, the bottom line when you're growing anything, don't overwater it. Don't overlove the plant, right? Don't. Check your pH levels in your water, because keeping your pH level at 6.5 is imperative. And most people's water is not at 6.5 coming out of the tap. Bump it down, pH, you can get bumper up, bumper down at most garden centers. Good nutrients. And if you're using and making your own organic, make sure that your worm castings are fresh. Make sure that you're not using anything that's going to cause, like, your manure and stuff, like you're using sheep, chicken, steer manure, right? Make sure you're not passing on that it's clean, right? Because I have friends that made their own nutrients. The reason why they didn't go organic is because they were worried about passing on E. coli, because organics can cause those bacterial infections, botulism, E. coli. You're dealing with fucking manure, right? Even myself, I don't use any of my chicken shit or any of my rabbit shit in any of my unless it's sat and been baked in the sun for at least a year. You want to get all that crap out. And you make piles of it. It's like composting, right? So it breaks down all that stuff. You also have to remember that anthrax and these things are actually made naturally in the ground, right? So if you're growing outdoor, be sure that your area is clean too. Again, Al washes his bud, and he goes outside, just get the dust and the dirt off. And I'd never seen that before, but he does. He dips it in buckets of water. And he's got videos of that. And I think, if you're growing outside, again, you have to be careful where you're growing, because unless you're on a property where nobody can see them, you're at risk of either theft or having some issues with, depending on how douchey your neighbors are. And that's always fun. You have douchey neighbors. Okay, let's see, what else was I talking about last week? Seeds, growing. Yeah. Again, like, it's the time of year, like, it's not quite, but you want to start pumping your seeds in the house, right? You want to get them into your solo cups, because we've got a very short growing season in Canada. Again, if you're growing outside, you're not going to get, unless you've got a 4-week strain or autoflower, you're not going to get any buds off in time if you've got a 12-week strain if you're growing outside. It's near impossible. You're never going to get 12 weeks of 12 and 12 spectrum. It's just not going to happen. You're going to have to bring them in and finish them off, and that's a lot of people do, but if you put them in the ground, it's pretty hard to bring a tree in unless you're planning on, hanging lights on it for Christmas. Which would be fun. Wouldn't that be fun? That would be goal of that cannabis cob tree. I think it'd be great. Like, I think it'd be great. Share with viewers. Are they not being shared? Maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm not being shared. Maybe nobody cares today. Anyway, so back to breaking the bong. So I broke my damn bong, which was a cheech bong that I'd had for, I don't know, 10, 15, 20 years probably. So I went and bought that cheesy little thing. And again, trying to do dabs with Reno that he had brought out for the first time in 20 fucking years too, because I had this made for me, I think when we were living in Coronation. Or maybe it was here. Even if it was here, I've still been here 10 years. So it's still, anyways. The last thing I wanted to do was ever use this as an actual bomb, right? Because I already broken one trophy. But this is my Kootenai Cannabis trophy for edibles from 2018. Made by Nart Glass. Am I kicking my ass? I am. Because look at this. This is another thing that pisses me off so bad. I'm going to have to get a hold of them. I'm not even sure if I blow on glass anymore. Like, to be honest, I'm not. Oh, move that up a bit because I'm probably not wearing any pants. Why should I? I have to work till 3 o'clock. Put pants on till I walk out the door. Anyways, this is my other beautiful trophy that, Nart Glass, I have commissioned for our trophies for Cannabis Cup back in the day. I said in the day. 2018, 2019, we had Cannabis Cups in the Kootenays. And I organized them, and we had, people come from across the country to enjoy our Cannabis Cup. Anyway, so this is my trophy from 2019. And she was famous for her owls. And me and owls, right? So all of the trophies had an owl, right? Well, as you can see, this one's now missing an ear and it's broken. Now I had a pendant also made as a purple one. Same thing, missing an ear. I don't even know where it is right now. I think it's in my basket over here. And I was going to reach out to her, but then I got to wrap them up, ship them off to Nelson, have her fix them, and then ship them back. Yeah. So that's my heartbreak about my cups, my trophies. And so, yeah, anyway. And then I did do this too. So I'd, gone through a couple of these, and I was getting really sad because I was using a tray again. But I got this too. Again, out at Dirty Darts Trading Post, because they have stuff out there too. So again, go out and see Lisa and Tyler, because they're really great people and they really help the community, because they're helping me with the substitution program. But look at that. Right? So this little puppy collects all your, again, using baking, smoke, all kinds of things. So if you can get yourself a hold of one of these, doesn't have to be this. This is not a commercial. It's not a brand. I'm not being paid. These little puppies are the best. So I had a larger one because the first one I bought, actually, Don and I were talking about this last week on the show. My first keep box in Peterborough, Ontario, at the little store there. It was round. And then a friend of mine came up with her boyfriend and he used it for a fucking ashtray and wrecked the screen holes. So she replaced it with a bigger one of these. And again, she comes down here for a visit and burns the other one. And then it fell apart because I tried putting tape underneath on the screen to fill the hole. Oh my fuck. So it was literally when it died, it was literally falling apart. I cried, but I lost. Anyways, that's the story of the boxes. Because I really like them. They're just the best thing ever. Anyways, so I am going to again endorse the Dirty Darts because they have some nice product out there too. And again, they helped me a lot with the substitution program. And just if you can go out there, go. And if you need directions, I can give them to you. I will not do it over here because I don't want to put them at any more risk there. But they are on sovereign land, and they do, I believe, have support of the band. And as long as you've got support of your band, and you're doing whatever and you've got whatever. I don't think it's anybody's business. Now, I know they have a new chief out there as well. Joseph Pierre, who was the inherited chief as well as the elected chief. His mother was the inherited chief, Sophie Pierre, is not the chief, elected chief anymore. He's, I would imagine, still like I don't think they lose their inherited chief status. I'm not sure how I can't speak to that. But they have a new chief out there. And I think a few things was changed because I don't think the former council was educated or well informed, even though his wife is a patient. Anyways, yeah, she's been on my show. Nice lady. But again, I can never understand any First Nations or anybody connected to them. Of course, I understand not wanting to have any governance having to do with the Canadian government for, reasons that I totally understand. But when you have to have change and want to have change, the last party you want to fucking be pandering with is the Conservatives on anything. And don't sit here and tell me that Poilievre has said that he will protect cannabis and blah, 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 and won't do anything. Have you read their declarations and policies? Have you? So it's not a matter of what they say, it's where they say it and how they put it. If you go into their declarations, they got First Nations down about 112 after they take transgender women out of sports. If you go into their policies and declarations, cannabis really isn't in there at all. Like, it's not really a thing. I don't even know where to look for it under health, under crime, under boots, not suits. Like, where do you even find it? And right now, that's the least of my fucking questions on what Poilievre's going to do with cannabis. I want to know what the provincial governments are doing with the fucking tax money already. And that's got nothing to do with the feds. Again, cannabis has been kicked back to the fucking provinces, like healthcare and education and everything else. So either you fucking change the jurisdictions or you take the power away from the provinces. And we got 13 fucking economies right now and 13 fucking premiers trying to pander to an orange potato and get with different fucking values all across our fucking country. That's got nothing to do with, it's got everything to do with cannabis. Because cannabis is under what? Medical? Is it under crime? The orange potato doesn't really have it in his view either. So we're not really on the radar right now when it comes to our meds and cannabis. It's another industry like liquor and lotto to them anymore. We passed it, legislation's there. Move along, little girls and boys. I don't think they give a fuck. I don't really think it's anything on their radar right now, especially, okay, so I know that there's tariffs, right? Another reason why we'd like to, why you need to tear down the tariffs in between provinces and make Canada have one economy instead of 13, because then we could trade in between our provinces without tariffs, so that maybe some of our licensed producers would quit selling their cannabis abroad and bring it home. Because I know for a fact that Dykar here in town is pandering to other countries because they don't like the excise taxes in between provinces in Canada. Are they going to tariff the cannabis? Are they going to be tariff? We don't send cannabis to the United States. It's not really an export to the United States. So tariffs on cannabis. We don't export it to the US. We don't import it from the US. And that's still against the law unless you're like, Chuck Rafiki taking, 300 pounds on a plane. Just saying. Anybody remember that? Oh, and I said it out loud. I'm pretty sure you could probably Google it. This is not TikTok, and I can smoke my meds on a live. Sometimes Facebook doesn't like it. It might give us a community violation. Mm. That's awfully piney. A lot of pine terpene in that. Woo. I'm gonna lower down my temps. So just so you know that when you're doing dubs and using your vape pens and stuff, the lower the temp, I know it does. You think, oh my god, but you'll get the actual flavor of the terpenes. This is way too high, and you have to like work with like this is an old school email. Like you really have to work with this piece of magic. This piece of magic. Hello, I don't know who you are. Thanks for coming in. Okay, set it there. I don't want to set it there. Stop it. Okay. Anyways, I don't have my comments up. I can't see anything. But again, I don't know. I got one viewer. Hi, thanks for coming in. But yeah, so the lower your temps are, and then it went right back up to where it was. Like, what in the actual? Yeah, don't do that. I don't. This thing's really kind of fucking scary, to be honest. Because in reality, like if you, I don't want that. Like, how do I set this silly thing? Set. Okay, I want it down, down, down. Yes, now set there. Yes. Okay. Anyways, the lower your temp is on your nail, or on your vape, the better terpene flavor you will get, right? And they're also saying that the terpenes are actually, more of the medicine too, and your flavolines, right? And a lot of people don't talk about that in the CBHs and the CBGs. They're always talking about CBD and THC and THCA, but the CBGs and the CBNs, and that's what they're finding. The CBGs are actually what the pain and inflammation is from the CBG in the plant, not actually anything that we haven't even really started talking about yet. I'm just learning about it more and more now because of well, we have a fellow that's local that's actually helped sponsor the cannabis substitution program too. And he has a company called zerohigh.ca. And because he has specific tinctures. So I've just kind of been doing a little more of my own investigating on the CBG benefits and the CBD and the CB8 or the CBD, CBC, CBG, and the differences between them. But I'm also learning more about terpenes and flavoline, right? Flavoline, I think that's how you said it. But again, there's not like you can go to some university professor and say, hey, man, there are a lot of people with a lot of knowledge out there. There's a lot of people that will have answers to your questions. I want to be the person that can answer those questions. So I do a lot of investigating myself. So I've been, like I said, since 2006, reading and learning everything I could about the plant so that I could be the best advocate that I could possibly be to anybody who wanted to, to anybody, including myself. Because a lot of times when you're a patient of any kind, in this health system, medical system, you have to be your own advocate, right? And trying to get a doctor to sign a medical marijuana licensing and ACMPR back in 2009 in Alberta was impossible. It's still pretty hard, but again, the College of Physicians were actively blocking. And my doctor at the time, I was living in Tabor, was also LDS, right, Mormon, had no education knowledge about cannabis other than it was the devil's lettuce and it was illegal. Didn't really want to hear about it, but I kind of kept pushing. And then they, prescribed me 90 milligrams of codeine a day to try and stop the flow of the colon, polio, right? And Asacol, which is a high level of aspirin. Well, at that point in time, my skin got so thick because I played their game because I was willing to play their game so I could get at the end of the day my licensing for cannabis, right? So I played their game for a bit, and the Asacol had it so that my skin was so thin if you touched me, I bruise. And the codeine was not bunging me up or slowing anything down or anything like that. It was making me irritable, cranky, and swollen. I was having an allergic reaction to it, right? So my face would swell to the point that it was almost flat, and it was changing my appearance and my personality. And then I got pregnant with Taven too. So all pharmaceuticals at that point were stopped. Everything, right? Did the cannabis stop or the cigarettes? No. And I should have stopped smoking cigarettes then. I've actually quit smoking cigarettes for almost a year now. I mean, I'm vaping nicotine still, but I don't smoke cigarettes anymore. It's a really odd thing. And the thing of it is too, when I go around my friends and stuff that do, or when somebody comes into the store that smokes, I can really smell it now. It's like, but yeah, I quit smoking cigarettes. All I smoke now is the ganj, and I try to stick with vape on that too, and my and rosins and stuff, because I've got like, I don't know. I don't know. It's just a thing. So, anyways, we now have to go to a quick break and thank our lovely sponsors that help us keep everything together. And our network is growing. We have new content coming on. We have new shows coming on. And we also have an all day, all play on Saturdays on our network too. We're also like partnered up with 420. So it's the 420 Pace project that we've got going on because of Al and Al. And again, I'd like to thank both of them for allowing us to have the space to speak our minds and have our opinions heard. So on that note, we are going to quickly go to a commercial break. We'll be back in a few minutes. Thanks.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
All right, we're back. Thank you again to our sponsors. And I think Legacy 420 still may be up for sale. I haven't heard that it's sold, but Tim's a great guy and wants to retire. So it's an amazing facility. I've never actually physically been there, but Al has. And I've been on several live location events where Al's gone and done live from location events. And I've been on the program and done a tour, like virtual tour, but seeing the inside of that facility and the lab and the fact that they have got a commercial kitchen and a baker and all the. I wish I was rich and was of a different nation than I am. I'm not from any nation, but I shouldn't say that because I don't ever wish that I wasn't who I am. But some days I do. Is that weird? I don't know. They call it mental dysphoria when you wish that you were somebody that you're not. They have a mental disorder, I guess, now for everything they can label. Apparently, that's what us liberal bleeding hearts do. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? No, we don't. Anyways, yeah. I'm just answering, and this fellow, it's not any news. I'm involved in this liberal election campaign. Anyway, he's one of our volunteers, and he wanted to know more about our own house, and was asking questions about what I do with the cannabis substitution program and how. Now he's asking me like how I fund it. So I was just telling him I don't get any funding from any. I'm not affiliated with any provincial government agency or get any funding, government grants, or anything. I do this all on my own. So, yeah. So yeah. What government funding do I get? Like, what do you mean? Like, what funding do I get from the government for substitute? None. I wish I knew somebody that was a grant writer that could possibly help me with that, but I don't know if you could even get at this point get grants for any of that. Anyways, I think that there's a group in Vancouver actually that's been lobbying the land lease substitution program with a couple other people that I don't care for to get it so that there are funding, but they're thinking like, to me, it's great to have this, but are you helping just your own club or are you helping us all? And does it matter about your packing order in the cannabis community of who you like and who you don't like? Or does it matter at all? Because, that would mean that Cranbrook would be left out of this whole project because of the people that are running it don't like me. And this project isn't about me. It's got nothing to do with me. I'm running and organizing it so I can help people that need it. It's got fuck all to do with me. I don't even care if my name's attached to it. I don't even give a fuck if anybody knows I'm doing it. Because again, this isn't about me. This is not the Tamara fucking substitution program. This isn't about Tamara or Tamarawana or for fame, fortune, or anything else. If you actually knew how much of my own money I've put into this that I promised I wouldn't. You think bags and fucking stickers and fucking and the ink that goes in the printer was actually money that was given to me? No. What about the sugar and the corn syrup and those 8 syringes over there that cost me money? Where does the candy go? It goes out to Dirty Darts or, to patients for free. And then at Dirty Darts, it gets turned into money that then gets bartered for weed that I give away to the camp for free. Don't you ever fucking say this is about me. Anyway, but that's what would happen. They will get their grant writing and their funding from the government, and they don't like it. They'll just leave you out. Oh, she can figure it out for herself. Heard that a few times. And then when I do, oh wow. Then I'm accused of being hard to work with. No, I'm not. I'm just tired of taking your shit and having you fucking, step on my back to get over me. Don't want to be partners. You just want to fucking suck all the information out of my brain and then fucking use it. It's just like, okay. Okay, here's my other little pendant with a broken hair. This is actually a pendant that you wear. It's a bit big and bulky, but it's what I wanted. I wanted to know because, I collect owls. Isn't he cute? He's so cute. But yeah, she's got a real a talent and a real style for these, right? But yeah, listen, and I don't know where the ear went either. And it wasn't like it was just thrown in a drawer. This was sitting, and now it's thrown in a drawer. Because now maybe I should get a hold of her and see if she can help me out. Anyways, that's that on that. But yeah, so again, I go out and rub elbows with these lovely people out at Dirty Darts, and yeah, so picked up some meds yesterday, not for the club, for myself, because the club still has meds, and there wasn't a lot of money out there this week. The cookie sold, which was enough for me to get those 2 vials, those 2 syringes. So that's where the cannabis funding went this week. And then actually, I paid for them, and then I had to phone them back. Say, anyway, that's irrelevant. But this is some of the meds that they've got out there. So I think this is a pink kush, and then I got 2 cushions. But 150 for an ounce, no taxes. And the money is going to feed family. And I'm good with that. And actually help me with my substitution program. Because like I said, I have nowhere else to generate. And I hate begging for money. Like there's nothing worse than having to post every day. Hey, the club's broke. Can you send money? Hey, here's my little tin cup. Yeah, or begging for bags of bottles, and then I gotta go through all the grossness of, because out here in British Columbia, like in Alberta, you just dumped your bottles of Green's Pop Shop on the counter. They counted them up, and then you went to the till and got your money. Doesn't work that way here. You actually have to sort your own, and then yeah. And I'm just like kind of a picky thing, and I don't like doing that. I have a hard enough time holding the dirty broom. Like after I've like cleaned up pee pads, I got to wear gloves to do that. I will not touch any of that. I know I'm a princess, right? The debutante. Remember, folks, I'm the debutante. The little debutante. They will just end that conversation with, if you think it's like that, why don't you just join me for come and join me as a volunteer and come see that these people aren't bussed in from other provinces. I don't know what it's ever going to take to have people realize that the people that are living houseless and unhoused on the streets aren't there because they want to be. And some of them do want to be. You cannot control what other people do. But again, we've got a provincial leader in Alberta. We don't, because I don't live there, but whoever's in Alberta, who is trying to control the masses that way. Jail, jail not bail, and blah blah blah, and putting incarcerations never helped anybody. And if you're going to incarcerate people, then put the rehabilitation programs back in that you cut, like AA programs and addiction counseling and GED programs, basic training. How about beating that you don't even get to do anymore? You don't even get to get your GED in a provincial jail anymore. I'll tell you, my brother works there. There's been cutbacks. So when they say jail, not bail, what are you going to do for rehabilitation then? You can't just stuff people, especially people with addiction problems, in a cell and walk away. Throw them into general pop. You're going to have them basically learning to be a better criminal. Institutionalized becomes fairly easy. They'll tell you that then they feel safe. I heard that right in my daughter's face. When she got to jail, she felt safe again because she wasn't having to worry about where she was going to find her next fix. And it was warm. Not that she was going to get her next fix in jail, but it was warm. And when she hit Lethbridge, there was nothing for her to do. She could apply to be a cleaner. And then she's got her uncle in there watching her. So in the interim, they've transferred her out to a different facility in northern Alberta. But I think that's one subject that people want to throw out there and throw at me and think that, they're going to win. You're fucking not. I've lived it. I've got a daughter that's dealing with it. I have a husband that lived it. I have a brother that's on the other side of the spectrum that watches it from the outside bubble, that guards it. I have a mother that worked for the RCMP. I have seen all different kinds of spectrums, and there is no one easy fix for houselessness, for addiction. Ending poverty would be a start. But you can't fix family dynamics in every aspect and generational trauma, whether it's coming from First Nations or other aspects. Alcoholism has been a real thing for decades, and that's generational too. I believe that a lot of people are undiagnosed fetal alcohol syndrome and don't have the social skills to be able to be mentally capable of doing anything that's considered normal. Does cannabis help these things? On some levels, yes. But when you're dealing with mental health issues that are brain chemical issues like schizophrenia or fetal alcohol syndrome, attention deficit, OCD, addiction, these are mental health issues, even depression and anxiety, right? That you don't have autonomy control over, right? You don't have your own, say you break your arm, you have enough control that you can go get that fixed. It's, set into a cast and then, off you go, right? With your brain, it's a little different. It's not as easy as casting it, repairing it, and then off you go. 6 weeks, you're healed. Mental health has all kinds of different valleys and curves and every kind of thing you can wing at it sometimes, depending on the mental health. So addiction, again, is a mental health issue. Now, cannabis isn't something that's going to fix that either, right? It can help alleviate some of the withdrawal symptoms. It can help you along the way, but it doesn't cure that in your brain, right? So again, a chemical reaction, something within the brain that actually might need something to balance it differently, right? They're actually finding that Ozempic, right? And we've talked about ibogaine and these things before that resets ketamine and all these other like natural things that can psilocybin that can reset your brain for addiction and these things too. Give you a real cleansing, resetting kind of a type of deal, right? Psilocybin is something that a lot of people will, do on a large, not large, but a higher dosage, like every few months, because they find that microdosing is kind of ineffective. And more studies that are coming out are saying that microdosing is kind of ineffective. In order to do that reset that you think you might need, it's like a larger dose, like once, over a period of time, not on a daily kind of thing. But anyways, that's something, again, that I don't have a lot of information about, so I'm not going to speak much on it because until I'm informed more about psilocybin. I know a lot about psilocybin, but like I said, some of the things we've been taught and what with the new studies, because people are using it to reset for addiction, reset for all kinds of things, mental health issues. But again, when it comes to the whole aspect of being unhoused, addicted, what's the answer? I'm just there to help them alleviate whatever I can with a bit of cannabis, which I'm told calms down the whole tent city for at least 2 days after I'm gone. One that's living at home with her kids right now, and we're hoping that I haven't heard from her, hoping that she stays. Right, another one that's not using Safe Supply. We got her still going. I haven't been out, amongst the rest of them for a bit, but I still got my regulars that come and pick up, 30 of them a week off site. And I got to bake this week because apparently we need some more baking out at the Dart. So there's that too. And I got to send somebody else some money so I can get some other stuff sent out. So yes, I do need some money. I think there's about, $5 and change at the store in my little cup. And I know that my bank account's like drained. My own personal one too. Like I can't put any more money in. At this point, the club probably owes me $1,000. So please send money. I'm kidding. Anyways, also, I hope my folks in Ontario see that my dear Al set me up my show this morning. So I'm hoping that their power got turned back on. I know they were running on Jenny's. But everybody in Ontario with the ice storm, I hope you all stay safe. Let's see what else. We've got 10 minutes left. Any more shout outs? What was going on that I was going to shout out today too? I was thinking about it before the show. Gosh, I should write notes. Al keeps notes. Whoop, it's over my Dirty Darts. Yeah, I did give them a shout out at the beginning of the show, and I'm going to do it again. So, my good friends out at Dirty Darts Trading Post, out at the Taha Nation, if you want some decent meds and want to support the Cranbrook Substitution Program, head out their way because they help me help other people get free meds. And like I said, I think I've mentioned that I've actually opened up the mandate. I broadened it. So it's not just for unhoused addiction anymore. It's for any addiction of any kind, which it always was. You don't have to be unhoused. You just have to have, just be struggling with addiction. You can be a medical patient, somebody that's using it for pain, sleep, eating, over 19, always, low income, and I will help you. Single mom with kids, can't afford your meds, come talk to me, I'll help you. I will give you what you want. If you don't want anything but flour, we can work on that. We can work with that, right? Because I've got some that don't use the edibles. They don't like them. They don't like the feeling of them, so they don't get that. I just give them a little extra flour, right? So we always compensate on that end of things. Right now we don't really need mitts and toques, but we will need bug spray and sunscreen and stuff for summer heat, batteries like double A's, maybe possibly solar packs, solar lights, yeah, mosquito nets, tarps, because summer's coming, and usually with summer the numbers go up because they don't need to stay in housed, right? In the winter the numbers are a little lower out at the park because they're in the shelters, and our community is really good for that. They actually, like, when the temperatures get too low, like below -15, there's a group of volunteers that will go and stay up all night and keep watch, security watch, whatever you want to call it, and open up church gyms and allow them inside so they stay warm, so we don't have anybody freezing to death. And that's the thing, like, we've had people actually freeze to death. Where's the money for the cannabis taxation? Like, I just kind of like 6 years worked it out. It's $57 million just for this town alone. The fuck is it? Why do we have like? And it's funny because I asked one of our city councilors. I didn't know anything about it. But you're a city councilor, but you don't know. So who takes in our tax money if it's so the city councilors don't know that our taxes are being raised? Who decides on that? And you don't decide where the tax money's going. Then who's spending it and who's making the decisions? I know overhead's high even just for wages, like employees' wages. When you figure out, like even myself, I'm a $45,000 overhead for the store a year. And that's just me as an employee, one employee. So the overhead for just like salaries and employment, like wages, right? At most businesses are anywhere between like, depending on how many employees you've got, never mind your inventory and everything else. So I'm giving, it's not easy to run any small business, any business of any kind, because people cost money too, right? So when you're thinking city hall, you've got the clerks, you've got all the people that run the city hall and stuff. We've got all our city workers. We've got to maintain roads. We've got all this stuff, right? The budgets look like they're billions of dollars, but when you all break it down to the fact that one person will cost the city, like, and I'm making, okay, so I'm a $45,000 wage. That's only $21 an hour. And I'm not even working 8 hours a day. Right? So you figure you got somebody who's making like 100,000 a year, even like 60,000, which is like 25 bucks an hour, right? 60, 70,000. And you've got 10 employees at $700,000 a year for 10 employees. Like millions in just staff alone, right? But I didn't think that the cannabis money was meant to go to pay staff of anybody's city. How they allocate it, I guess, is up to, but I'd like to see a breakdown of where the money comes in and where it's going. Because as far as I was ever told, it was supposed to be going into addiction recovery and policing. Would that mean paying another bylaw officer? That bylaw officer wouldn't cost $57 million a year or over 6 years. It wouldn't, because they get 11.2 million a year, 11.5 a year for cannabis taxation, right? That's the average. So say $10 million a year. One bylaw officer's salary is not $10 million. We don't have any recovery centers being set up. We don't have any addiction recovery, anything here at all. And then that would be under Interior Health Services, you would think, not the city of Cranbrook. So why isn't the city of Cranbrook giving a huge donation or influx into the regional hospital or the Ponderosa House or the Tanaha Nation for addiction services? Or have they and just not said anything? But when a city councilor is asked the question, where's the cannabis taxation? And he looks at you like, oh, what cannabis taxation? Meanwhile, he's one of the small business owners that struggles to keep staff and pay staff in downtown. And I like the guy. He's a decent guy, right? Really decent guy. But again, where the fuck's the money? And he doesn't know because he didn't even know about it. So is the province not transferring that money to the municipalities? Who's collecting the money city administrator? Like, what's going on? And I think it's time that the citizens start asking these questions. And it's not your MP candidate, whatever, for this federal election that you want to be talking to. It's your city administrators in your towns and your municipalities. If you've got a cannabis store location in any of your towns, we're talking Jaffrey, Wardner, Kimberly, Cranbrook, Creston, all over the interior, Alberta, Lethbridge, Pitcher Butte, Pincher Creek, Christmas Pass, all you little municipalities. Start asking, where the fuck's the money? Because I'm sure every municipality in this country could use it. And if you're getting it, prove it and let us know where's the money. Anyways, I'm going to keep banging on about where's the money for cannabis taxation and when's Health Canada going to finally admit that cannabis is medicine until the day it happens. You'll have a great week, muffins. You can catch me live again on Wednesday night with Al on paceradio.net with people advocating cannabis education. Have a great week. See you next week. Bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
You're watching the Hi Guys podcast with Al and the other Al on the 420 Pace Project.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Howdy, and welcome to the Hi Guys with the Owls.
I was hesitant to say anything because I usually jump up.
I was waiting.
Good morning.
So how are things today?
I just woke up a little while ago, so I'm just, I decided to have some cottage cheese for breakfast, and I
Oh
don't
yeah.
think that's going to end up well.
Oh, I hope so. Well, I don't know if you can tell or not, but I have got friggin' fucking cold. Sinuses are plugged.
Everybody's sick up here too. And
Oh,
I stayed away from everybody, and then I came home yesterday and I was sneezing and coughing this morning and stuff. So
yeah.
I hope I'm not getting sick. The kids are all sick, and I went for dinner last night, but they weren't there, thank God.
Yeah, well, maybe the kids weren't there, but their
Their germs would have been. Yes. They lived right next door.
Oh yeah.
Because their daughter bought the house next door when the previous owner and neighbor died.
Oh.
Well, it's actually the house that Dean wanted me to look at buying. He actually went and talked to his neighbor about it and stuff, and I was
Right.
like, and then I found this one.
Right. Yeah.
I like my view better.
That's good. That's good. Yeah, I'm not sure 100% sure where I got it, but I got an idea where I may have picked it up, and just
Well, you
being
have
around.
kids running around.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, exactly. And right before then, I was with a bunch of little kids who had a birthday party, granddaughter's birthday party. So
Yep.
yeah.
Well,
So
you know what? It's cold season, and it's time to eat your veggies and drink your chicken noodle soup.
Yeah. I had some Buckley's before we came live.
Oh, gross! But it works.
Huh?
But it works.
Oh,
That's the
I know.
slogan. It tastes horrible, but it works.
And you know what they say now that it doesn't. I think they've adjusted the flavor a bit, but they still say it tastes better, but it still tastes bad, but it works or something along that line.
Oh, that's the new one, is it?
Yeah. I seen a commercial on it, and I thought, oh well, but that's it. The old stuff, it was like drinking a thing of Vicks, and you could just instantly cleared up your sinuses. Yeah.
It tasted like rust. Ask me how I know how rust tastes. No, don't.
Okay.
A long story for another day.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly. So yeah, we'll get through this. It'll pass. I just hope my treatment doesn't show up wanting to be done. So
You can't put it off a day.
yeah, I can put it off. Just not for too long.
Well, you shouldn't be doing it while you're sick, though, right?
Correct. Yeah. So, but if they get a hold of me before they send it, they always get a hold of me to make sure I'm home for delivery. So I'll inform them, and then at that time, and maybe they'll decide to hold off for a few days. They can only hold off for so long because it messes up things.
No, I know. Your body goes out of whack. It's
Yeah.
like if I don't take my pills in the morning and before bed, the day's whacked.
Right. Yeah. So, but other than that, tripping along. Now, talking about colds and things. This past weekend here, I don't know in your neck of the woods here in Ontario.
Well, I heard all about you guys.
We got a whack of freezing rain here. I'm about I'm going to say probably half an hour or less east of Peterborough, and Peterborough is under a state of emergency right now because of the damage. Yeah. And
We were sunny here through the whole thing, but we're about to be slammed with another foot of snow.
Yeah. Well, we got tomorrow. They're projecting more of what we had on the weekend, but just not as severe.
But that's what we're getting here.
Yeah. So like
my car's almost melted.
Oh, almost. That's good.
It'll be full again tomorrow.
We went about 36 hours, day and a half without electricity.
I know. You have a generator, right?
Yeah, we've got a generator. We plugged into the house, so we had some power. We got a wood stove, so there was no problem with heat. I kept it at 75, 80 degrees the whole time. So
And now, do you have a converter that you plug into with your generator
The
that
converter.
plugs right into the house?
Yes. Yeah, there's a plug on the outside of the house. You just plug that right in, and it's like it's son-in-law's generator, so I'm thinking it's like 9,000. How is that? 9,000.
The one I bought for the trailer ran everything in the trailer and then some.
Yeah.
And
Oh yeah, it would be. Yeah.
would probably hydro the house for a little while, but it's expensive to run those. Right.
I just gotta say hi to the Big Terp.
Yeah, hi.
Big Terp has stopped in.
Yeah.
Yeah, it comes down to we have the big generator that we had in the house, and then we have a small generator that we had on another building because it has a sump pump in it. And you gotta, fuck all that rain and shit coming down. We had to make sure that the sump pump kept going, right? So we have a second generator that it is an inverter, and it runs a lot quieter. I can tell you that. Like I walked.
It's not one of the like my old one.
No.
Mine hasn't run since the farm.
Oh yeah.
Well, I stopped using it because I got hydro, and then it just kind of sat there.
Yeah.
And David and I were up there, and I tried to get it going, and I couldn't before hydro, and it's all clogged and shit.
Yeah, I was gonna say, the gas is probably all gone bad.
Old gas and there's dirt in the thing, and yeah.
Fuel and oil change with the carb kit done to her. Get her all cleaned up.
Right.
Sounds like that's what it needs.
Right. I'll bring it down and you can do it.
Oh, okay. Sure. But around here, we lost an apple tree that I know the deer came over and would eat apples off of.
They must have enjoyed that. Old apples, yeah.
It broke during the storm. Lots of branches, like even bigger branches, were broken. It was. I went for a walk through the woods. Everybody says, "Stay out of the woods. Trees are falling."
Yeah.
So I went into the woods.
Of course you did.
Of course I did. And check things out to see, how I was curious, how does it look, right? Out there. And well, you can see everything's all
bent over. I've watched several videos of trees, they're just standing there waiting for it to go. And there was like 3 trees in a row. Boom, boom, boom. Right? Just missed the house, but your house didn't get hit or anything?
No. Yeah. Yeah, no, our house didn't get hit. We were good. That way. We had some branches break near the house, but nothing hit our house. Okay, now
Deb, her house got hit.
Correct. Yeah, her house got hit, and as well as her barbecue.
And she still does not have hydro, I believe.
Well, yeah. I lived around the corner from 420 Deb for years, and I can tell you, power comes on and off, on and off, on and off.
Well, it did at the farm too. Periodically, it flickered. I get flickers here. We've but they do timed outages up here.
Right. Oh, okay. Okay. Now I've got this. I took this picture when I was out in the woods, and I probably should have tried to bring it up a different way. I don't know. Can you see this? Okay, right there. See this?
Yeah.
You can see the drips going down. This is a fence, okay? This is a steel fence. Okay. Look at this, the next wire.
They're going up.
They're going up.
The things a stoner finds in the woods.
I thought, how the hell is the water dripping up? So I thought, okay, well, maybe some water dripped down off the trees, but then you would have drips on the bottom of that same wire.
It's the wind.
I don't know. It
It's the
wasn't
wind.
super windy. It wasn't super windy, or there would have been a lot more damage going on.
Fair enough. Wow,
Yeah.
that's weird. It's one of those
Yeah, one of those moments. Let's see. I think I got another. Yeah, I thought this was pretty cool. Look at this tree. Oops. You see that?
Oh, that's kind of cool.
It is kind of cool, isn't it? I thought, all right. So, even though the storm has an ugly side to it, and a lot of people, are cleaning up, and people are without heat and stuff like that, there is a pretty side to it.
What weather in general, weather events
Yeah.
are very bad sometimes.
Yeah.
But as they're going on, there are very beautiful moments that come out of it. Like you watch a tornado, somebody who likes tornadoes, they find that fascinating. Just like somebody who goes out and looks at the stars at night. Really no different. Everybody finds something a little different in everything. I like sunflowers and the stars and stuff like that. Some people like to chase storms.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The storm chasers for sure. Hey, g'day, Deb. How you doing? I don't know if you just heard us talking.
Deb.
Yeah, I know. I don't know. Maybe she heard us talking about it. I don't know. If you did, Deb, just comment. If your comment comes through, we'll bring it up. I know also at Deb's place, not only did the tree come down, but there's a main phone line, like a trunk line that runs through her backyard. That was down.
And she said in her post that Bell said that because she's not a Bell customer, they won't come out.
Yeah, they told her to call her internet provider. I mean, what? So I don't know. I don't know what the end result is or whatever. But I figured, like I mentioned to her, I wrote back and said that they probably won't do anything about it until it affects their service.
Correct. Just remember when the Rogers Tower was taken out a few years ago, just over by my place.
Yeah.
And it went down, and I was on that, and the service went from okay to on and off because they just didn't come out to fix it right away.
Fix it. Yeah. As far as they were concerned, it was still working.
Correct.
Yeah. I know. Is it yesterday? No, Sunday. The helicopter. It was because we have the hydro lines out in the back.
Yeah, so they come out and check the lines and work.
Yeah, they were flying down the hydro lines, and at the same time that they were flying along the hydro line, heading towards the lake just to the east of us, we saw probably 4 hydro trucks head up the back road to that lake. There is apparently an island out there that has power, so there could have been maybe having to deal with something out there as well. So who knows? But I know that down the road there's some poles that were down. People were talking about, and you've seen pictures of the hydro poles on the roadways, the hydro
leaning
lines.
and it was a freak storm. Nobody knew it was coming.
I'm
sure somebody did, but they didn't say anything.
Yeah, there's a bit of a notice there, but not probably not like they normally has. I know people were. Stores were busy on Saturday.
Were they? Yeah, I bet.
Yeah. So
we're under a warning for tomorrow morning until I think Thursday.
Yeah.
There's another whack coming. I think they said 20 centimeters or something like that.
Yeah. We're expecting rain, snow.
I'm getting real sick of it. But it's nice to know we're all in the same boat. Everybody laughs at me during the winter. Why'd you move up there?
Yeah. Well, it is March, right? Well, now it's April. April
April.
Fool's Day today.
Yep.
I
I completely forgot about that until you said that.
Yeah, April 1st.
I have
April
no
1st.
pranks set up.
No, I neither do I. Neither do I. No, I didn't schedule or plan anything for it. I know what I was doing 40 years ago though at this time.
Yeah, pranking people.
I was planning my wedding.
Oh,
Oh, colds. Well, I think it's time to find out.
What are you smoking?
I don't want to talk about it. I am smoking.
We talked about it before you went live.
I got my pods from what did I say it was?
Potluck.
Oh yes. You get 7 grams times 4. It's $130 some dollars. And this time around, usually it's really good. I've got let's see here. We got maple pancakes, blue truffle, and apple fritter, and one of my favorites, some mac and cheese. That looks green on there.
It
And
does.
it's yellow. That's weird.
Is it?
Yeah, it's yellow. It's a little dry because of these pods. They don't seal.
Yeah.
So as soon as you open it up, they start getting dry. But I'm not complaining. Well, I am a little bit, but
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, you have a right to. And like you said, you normally like the product. You just happen to you got a bad one this time, right?
Yeah, I like the product. I just wish it wasn't so dry.
Yeah.
I usually, you're not able to with these pods. You're not able to squish the bag, which is my squish test is what I call it.
Yeah.
I'm like, can I see that? You got to do the squish test. It's like,
Yeah,
don't squish
exactly.
my Charmin, squeeze my weed.
Weeds. And if it just goes down and it just crumbles, yeah.
Well, if it's very hard,
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't. Excuse me. I don't like hard buds. Generally, like dry hard buds. A hard bud is a hard bud, but
one that's just hard, that's just dry. And when you grind it up, it just turns into dust.
Can we change the subject now?
Sure, we can. First off, I'm going to switch it to. I'm going to say hi to Mark thanks for the thumbs up there, buddy. And I have got a message from Deb. She heard us.
Of course she did.
She says she can't comment, and my internet is calling me soon, and they will send Bell here.
Yes.
So she called Bell, but they said no, call your internet provider.
Yeah.
So
and then they said, okay, we'll call Bell for you.
Yeah.
Well, that's because they contract the lines, and when it comes to the lines, it's Bell's issue. But Bell is not a customer of hers, so or vice versa. You know what I mean?
Right. Right. I just see. I got. Oh, okay. I just got to.
Well, that's good. I'm glad you'll be back online soon.
Oh yeah. Yep. Exactly. Alrighty. Oh, as far as what I'm smoking, I haven't got it right here in front of me because it's upstairs.
And he doesn't.
I reached into my goodie bag and I've been checking out some of the CBD product that I grew. CBD,
cool.
Yep, CBD Dragon, and it's good. And I ended up what I've decided to do is I'm gonna mix it in to my regular stuff that I normally consume.
I do that. That's what I'm doing with these. I enjoy. I take one bud of each of these, and I usually do it when I have different strains.
Yeah,
because I find I get real tired after a bit smoking the same thing. It doesn't matter if it's an indica or a sativa. It just gets me after a little while smoking the same thing.
Yeah.
Right.
So yeah, I started into that, and like I said, so far so good. So mix it in a little bit that way, because the stuff I normally smoke doesn't have much CBD in it. So This obviously would be a big increase compared to what I'm getting now. So, and
I don't mind a little CBD. I don't like high CBD. I find it gets me a little cranky.
oh yeah,
Yeah, it does.
yeah, yeah.
Too much
Okay.
CBD.
Yeah, it could be. Could it be the strain that you were consuming?
Most likely, yes, most likely.
Yeah. What you looking at?
I'm sharing our videos stuff
Oh,
here. I'm saving things to pay. I've been working diligently on categorizing everything. There's 1,500 or so videos here
oh, oh,
on
okay.
my radios, YouTube.
You know
So
what? Yeah.
share, and I like to share the YouTube video on X because, which by the way, has been sold to an AI company that's also owned by Elon for $18 million. No, 18
Oh,
billion, I think it was.
yeah. Oh, just so you know, Deb got a message through.
Oh, hello.
Good, good. Alrighty. Oh, well, I didn't check. You got your list?
Um, yes, I have to find it.
Okay, you tell me when you found it, and then I'll hit the segment button. Keep
All
looking.
right.
All right. Okay,
I
here we
don't
go.
know if we did this one already
All right.
because I
I'll
keep
let you know.
forgetting to uh I keep forgetting to remove stuff, but
Oh, hang on.
7 reasons why dogs eat grass.
Okay, well, I was gonna run the segment thing, but go ahead.
All right, no, you go ahead. Go ahead and run it, and we'll come back and we'll talk about it.
It's certainly high on the list.
There you go.
Okay, good,
Are
good
you
thing.
you feel better
I
now?
feel better. Yeah, I do feel better.
All right, so this is
I'm still stuffed up.
why do dogs eat grass, and 7 common reasons why and how to stop it.
Oh, my dog eats grass.
I is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? Livestock do it,
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
right?
Yeah.
But dogs eat. It
Yeah.
says here, dogs eat. I'm going to post this URL when we're done.
Different dogs eat grass for different reasons.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, scroll. Let's see what's going on.
It's
It's
in
in
their
their
DNA.
DEA.
Huh? Must be like I want sniffing crotches must be in their DNA too.
I don't know. Though it says here, though we think of canines as historically carnivores, they actually evolved as omnivores that would eat whatever was available, including vegetation.
Oh, they still do that.
They still do. Okay, next one. A form of pica is behind it. What's pica?
Pica
The urge
is
to eat substance other than food.
boredom. It's boredom.
Yeah, it's nothing more than a sign of boredom in dogs.
Yeah.
Oh.
They just like it.
Yeah. Is that why they eat socks and shirts and
I don't know. That's another list.
trim? We had a dog that ate the trim.
I give my dogs. I gave it to did Buster as well as Rosa. The stems. When they're the thick stems,
Yeah.
and she just walks off with it and just chomps on it. She loves it.
Yeah. They could just like the taste of it is number 3.
Yes.
Yeah. And number 4 says they need the fiber.
Well, I don't know if it says this. We'll find out.
Their diet is low in a nutrient.
Well, yeah, maybe they need something. That's a very cute puppy. Natural antacid. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this is what I was gonna say. I know that when Rosa is not feeling well, she'll go out and eat grass because it helps stop the acid reflux.
Right.
right? It's like
Right.
Tums for their tummy.
Yeah.
It even says that.
Yeah. Yeah. Does it? Okay.
Yeah.
Your dog is
Your
thirsty.
dog can't poop a Tums.
Your dog's thirsty. It's another reason they say.
Yep.
Grass has got a high water content.
The grass is
Eating
also
it primarily in the morning or late in the evening when the grass has dew on it could be the reason behind it.
I think it's just she likes to eat it, and she also likes to roll in it.
Yeah, I saw you comment about it, but it wasn't just the grass she was rolling in.
No, it was not just grass. It was snow and poop.
Oh, poopsicles. Oh, yay.
Yeah.
Yay. Okay, it's number 8.
There's no 8, Al. I said this is 7.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, here we go. Will it harm your dog? It won't harm your dog every once in a while. Many laws.
Well, unless there's
make sure
pesticides being sprayed, your dog will get very sick.
Right. Yeah.
How do you stop it?
When asked celebrity dog trainer Chrissy Joy about this, she provided some helpful strategies for stopping your dogs from eating grass. So here they are. Manage your dog's outdoor activity.
Don't leave them alone. Always leave them something to do. Blah 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 blah. Yeah.
Supervise potty breaks and walks.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you're
keep your dog busy in the yard.
Yeah.
So be with your dog all the time when you're outside, and that way you can stop it.
Well, you know what?
Which we do quite often. We've told her to stop.
I tell her to stop. I'm like, because I will let her out, and then I'll just kind of check on her, let her do her own thing. But when I'm out, she's out with me, and she ends up just standing and staring and barking at people. Usually.
So are we done with this?
Yeah, it wasn't very good. I'm sorry.
Oh no, it wasn't that. It's just if we're done with it, I'm just gonna remove it. But no, it's a lot of people do ask that question. Why do dogs eat grass? And I know I've asked it myself, and I've never ever looked it up.
It's a tummy thing usually.
Oh, look at this big terp says that my puppy will eat tomatoes right off the vine.
Probably apples too, if you gave them to them.
Give them what they're meant to eat. What is raw meat, not cooked, not processed raw. Yeah, there's a lot of actually raw dog food people in our area.
Yeah. There's they don't have any specialty stuff here at the store, but if you go down to Marathon, which is an hour away, or Nipigon, which is also an hour away, they have stores that have the coolers of the fresh food.
Right. Yeah. You can get it from there, right? I know
that sounds like a really good drink, Al.
It was. I'm thirsty because I'm dry. I can't breathe through my nose, right? So I'm constantly breathing through my mouth. Yeah. It's cold.
Al's sounding even more like Fozzie Bear today.
Yes, I am. But I got some recipes that could help us out. There we go. All right. I got 2 recipes today. What do I want to bring up first? I'll bring up the one that Al might like, because I know the other one he probably won't like. And there we go. Cannabis caramel recipe. Can of butter caramel. And I got this at Herbco.
I just watched a video on Facebook, because I like the reels, on how to make cannabis, not cannabis, but caramels, the caramel squares.
Yeah. Well, this is their version. Let's see. Saucepan. You need some brown sugar, some regular white sugar by the looks of it, some cream, half a cup of can of butter, some water, some sea salt. Huh?
Only a half a cup.
Only half a cup. Yeah. 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 Vanilla extract. You need a spatula too. So you mix your brown sugar and your other sugar and your cream, a can of butter, water, and salt, all that stuff together, and it sounds like almost everything. Almost everything. Whisk it for 8 minutes, they say, and then heat as necessary. Stir the vanilla extract and heat for an additional minute. Turn the stove off. Remove the pan from the heat and allow sauce to cool for 5 minutes. Transfer the caramel sauce to a mason jar. Use the spatula to scrape out all the sauce from the pan and stick it in your refrigerator. I've never made them, but I have friends who have, and that would be including 420 Deb.
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah,
I have
exactly.
lots of friends who make them, and chocolate.
Oh, chocolate ones. Oh, or
I
just
used
chocolate.
I used to sit with Paula at the lounge, and we would make treats because she knows how to make all that. She used to make cakes and stuff, wedding cakes and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
she knows how to temper the chocolate and all that. And we would just do it on the counter. make cherry chocolates and medicated cherry chocolates and stuff like that.
Stuff like that. Yes. Okay, now I got a second recipe, and I just put it into the chat because Al forgot to put the first one in before he closed the page.
Oops. Here, I've still got it open. I can do it. Go ahead, talk.
Okay. Oh, all right. All right. So here we go. On to the next recipe. I don't know whether you're gonna like it or not, but
I'll ignore this one then.
Okay. Here we go. I'll bring up the picture so you can see the picture, and then you can decide. Look at that.
Yeah, no, thank you.
These are peanut butter marshmallow treats.
Oh yes, I've seen people make those before. They're horrible.
So yeah, there you go. Half a cup of magical butter or butter. I would assume you could probably use coconut oil or whatever oil as well. Marshmallows, Reese's Puff cereal, and who knows? You know, this is with the Puff cereal, but maybe you could use other cereals as well, right? And some Reese's Pieces. Not a lot of stuff to get in order to make this. They say to melt your butter, add the marshmallows, cook with until gooey. Pour the cereal into a large mixing bowl, add the melted marshmallows, and stir until thoroughly combined.
Yum.
Then add the candy and mix it completely together. Or
I do like that kind of stuff, but not with peanut butter.
Yeah, that was the part I figured you didn't like. Pour it all together into a large baking dish, and then using a silicone spatula, spread it evenly into the corners, and then slice into cubes and serve your peanut butter marshmallow treats to your lucky guests. So,
Nice.
there you
I have
go.
a question for you.
It looks sticky.
Do you remember? It looks gross. Sorry. Do you remember the name of Herb when they first came out?
No, I don't. Not offhand.
I can't remember the name. They changed it to Herb, and I think it was the pothead. It was something to do with pot. It had pot in the top title. I'm pretty sure. I can't remember what it was called though.
Yeah, not offhand. Same here. So yeah, there you go. Recipes. People are always looking for something to munch on, right?
Not always. Not always. Not like that, anyways.
All righty. From recipes, got anything else you want to talk about when it comes to recipes?
I've been seeing some video ones.
Have you?
Kind of short videos. So I'm going to start making some videos with recipes.
Oh, there you go. Hey.
I've been playing with AI.
Yes, you have been. Yes, you have been. That's right.
Yes. As you will see in a little bit.
All righty. Good stuff. All right. Well, from recipes, let's move on to the headlines.
That's like Gates down the roads music.
All
I
right.
hear that. I keep the station, like I keep stuff up on my computer. So I hear when you're doing the news, I hear that song.
Oh, go away, cold. All right. Now in
No.
news, now this I think this needs to spread far and wide, because I think it would be a benefit, obviously. But in one of my news articles today, New York movie theaters could sell cannabis and allow consumption during films.
Well,
Hey,
this
like
is something that needs to happen because there's nothing better than sitting around with friends, smoking a couple of doobies and watching a movie.
correct.
Which Al and I are both around the same age and did growing up. So
Yeah. The
we used to go to the Imperial Six a lot, and you used to be able to smoke inside the Imperial Six,
theater.
which is now it's what's it called? It's they had Phantom there for years. But anyways, go
Phantom of
ahead.
the Opera, right.
Yeah, we have one theater in Toronto that is a review theater, or they play a lot of old movies where you can go on a set evening and consume while you're watching the movie, but they get fined for it all the time.
Well, yeah, because there's no smoking thing. That's what I was
We-
surprised. Like, now it says it could sell cannabis or marijuana and allow
They don't
consumption.
have the Ontario Smoking Act like we do.
I know, but when I went through the article the other day, I didn't see where it says what kind of cannabis. Is
I
it
believe
edibles? Is it beverages? Or is it smokables?
I don't know, but I believe that in New York State, they allow smoking in some restaurants. I mean, I think what they're going at, if you're not a smoker and the bar allows smoking, go to another bar that doesn't allow smoking.
Yeah.
If you're a cannabis consumer and you want to consume at a bar, you should be able to.
Well, they say here that the theaters across the U.S. they currently allow moviegoers to purchase and drink alcohol.
Yeah,
And
well, you can do that here at the VIP theaters here as well. Yeah.
oh yeah. And it
Yeah.
says that at this time you can only buy cannabis at legal licensed adult use dispensaries, and they want to change
Bring it
that.
with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It says here for theaters to serve recreational marijuana at their establishments, they would need either an events permit or a consumption lounge license.
I think that it would be great. Go in and get your popcorn and your jujubes, and I'll take a quarter of Kush, please.
Please, yes, exactly. And it says here that New York State does not have either yet, but plans to in the future.
Awesome.
So they're going to create these laws of event permits for cannabis, as well as lounges. So maybe this isn't that far off.
I've seen a few different states that are considering the lounge thing. I know that there is a petition out now to allow it in Ontario as well.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I mean, this is something that's going to happen down the road. I think so. I hope so. But how far down the road, who knows?
Yeah, exactly. They're out west. There's events now that allow cannabis consumption, or places that sell it at events. It's things are opening a little bit that way, but it needs to spread across the country.
You know what, Al? With the amount of events that we've both gone to over the years, I don't think I have ever, except for a couple of mouthy bitches, seen any issues at a cannabis event?
I don't see. I've never seen anything break out in this.
I've never seen an argument. I've never seen a fight. I've never seen a fuck you. I've seen a
Oh
lot
yeah.
of enjoying themselves and getting really good prices.
I'm gonna. I knew that was coming, man. I knew it was coming. I could feel it. Okay, from there, I happen to have 2 news articles, and you hear all this fear mongering
Oh, I'm getting sick of it.
going on, right? Oh, you
People
can't
get off
legalize
on it.
cannabis. Everybody's gonna be smoking cannabis. If you allow the to be sold in stores, all the kids will be smoking it, and blah 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 blah. On and on we heard for so long. And look at this headline: fewer young people using cannabis after legalization.
Because it's available. Do you think that we would have been, as kids, 14 years old, do you think that I would be jumping into my mom's liquor cabinet and then going out and running around Toronto going if it was allowed?
Yeah. That's part of the enticement, is the illegality of it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you know.
Now they say that this is the lowest rate in 25 years.
Wow.
Yeah. Let's see what else. Yeah, it decreased 3%. So it's still going. It's going down instead of going up, because if it was going up, people would obviously use that as even if it's by 3%.
We could smell house. My mom smoked and her boyfriend smoked, and we could smell it in the house, but it was the time and the place. It's different now.
Yeah.
When you walk, I don't know how many times I've heard when I open my door, "Whoa, that smells nice."
Oh yeah, yeah, exactly. I've had that when I've been going to the store, and people say, "Oh, you smell nice," and I'll say, "Oh, that's my cannabis eau de cologne."
Yeah.
So there you go. You can see the line.
Yep.
Making its way down. Right. So
From 98, yeah.
Yeah, from 98 at 41%. Because I know at one time, Canada had the largest amount of minors that were consuming cannabis.
Minors.
Yeah, underage people.
I remember hearing Marcel
Teenagers.
a long time ago saying that per capita, Nova Scotia consumes the most cannabis in Canada.
Yeah.
And that's because the amount of people in such a small space, I guess.
Yeah, it would be. Yeah, because they have, how big is their population?
Look, for a long time,
is the island got as many people as Toronto?
I guess, I don't know. But for a long time, I remember hearing about Nova Scotia and cannabis, but and then of course BC. But Toronto now is kind of the mecca for cannabis, right? Toronto, BC, Calgary, they all have their big festivals now, and I believe they allow cannabis consumption at the Calgary Stampede. They allow
purchasing too.
I was just going to say they allow purchasing as well.
Yeah, now with theirs, I believe it's you can purchase it, but you're actually ordering it online off site, and they will deliver it into you.
So it's there when you get there.
It's not as if you go into a place there just to buy it. It's more of a delivery service into it.
Well, they allow sampling now in Ontario. So when you go to an event, If you're a bud tender, you can sample.
Yeah, bud tenders for sure. Yeah.
Well, I don't like that at all. I think that you're trying to entice the consumer, not
Yeah.
the bud tender.
Correct.
You
But the regulations, but the regulations say you can't use cannabis as an enticer.
Don't come and listen to our show when you're stoned. You're not allowed.
Why?
I don't know. I'm just waiting for somebody to say that to me.
Oh.
We have now, and I'm knocking on wood here. We have never been told in 20 years that I've been doing this, I have never been told that I am not allowed to smoke a joint while I'm on the air.
No, I
Do
never
you
been
know
told.
why that is, though, Al? How the fuck can you tell somebody what to do when they're sitting in their own fucking house doing it? But this is one of the things that they're trying to monitor on us now and forcibly say you can't do that. I mean, if I was to hold up a mushroom right now, we could all get arrested, including you people watching.
What?
Kidding, of course.
Yeah.
It's April Fool's. Come on.
Well, I guess you had to come up with something, right?
Yeah, it wasn't intentional.
Oh,
Welcome to our coughing show.
that's right. That's right. And sinus show. I'm hearing noises, but all's good. Alrighty, from headlines of news, what we got next? We got some sports. Yeah, usually I just cover the scores. That's about always what I cover. Scores. Well, I do cover other things, but today all I'm covering is the scores. And where are we here? All right there. Here we go. Score-wise, Sportsnet says the Flyers beat the Predators in hockey. Stars over the Kraken 3-1. Devils 3-2 over the Wild. And 3-2 for the Flames over the Avalanche. Alrighty. And as far as baseball-wise, we got a whole slew of the teams there. And I'm not going to go through them all. Take a quick look. That's efficient. Okay, I did show it. There we go. But I can let you know the Blue Jays, they won 5-2 over the Washington Nationals. Used to be the Montreal team, the Expos. Is who they were at one time. Okay, there we go. Did you get to read them all?
Did I read what?
All the scores.
Yeah, I don't give a shit about sports. You know that. I was looking for my thing here. I finded it.
Yeah.
So go ahead, finish your sports.
Oh, I'm done. I got the score. I got to put the scores up. I didn't have any actual sports news per se. As far as anything on the WHL, or the PWHL for the ladies. I did take a quick look at the headlines on Sportsnet, and nothing that was explosive. Oh, I gotta say something. Spread this around, but there was nothing there. So we should just have a staring contest.
Well, I'm looking at my list of things here that I've made a lot of videos already.
Okay, yeah, let's get into some of those videos.
Let's watch this one here.
All right, let's do it.
I just got to load here. Might take a minute.
All righty.
Sorry. You have to load it into the player when you want to play it, or you download it and blah 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 blah. All right.
Oh, okay. All right.
So this is a blast from the past, and it's the top 10 iconic 80s commercials.
Okay. So this is what you generated.
Yeah, I put in a thing, and it came up with a script, and then I edited the script, and we'll see if it worked out here. I haven't watched it yet. All right, here we go. I got to make a thingy for it as well. I've got a few of them we'll watch here.
All right.
Hey there, 80s fans, it's your buddy, the Hoff here, teaming up with 420 Radio to take you on a righteous trip back to the neon decade. We're talking big hair, leg warmers, and commercials that were more epic than a chase scene with Kit. So buckle up, because we're about to rewind the clock and relive the top 10 most iconic commercials of the 1980s.
All right, here we go.
Get ready to have some totally rad flashbacks.
All right.
Our first stop takes us back to 1984, the year Apple introduced the Macintosh with a groundbreaking commercial directed by the one and only Ridley Scott. Remember that Super Bowl ad? A lone runner breaking free from conformity, smashing through the screen and ushering in a new era of technology. This wasn't just about selling a computer, man. It was about challenging the status quo, just like we did in Knight Rider. This commercial was a revolution, and it changed the way we looked at advertising forever.
Yeah.
Next up, we're hitting the drive-thru at Wendy's, where a feisty little old lady named Clara Peller stole the show with 3 words, "Where's the beef?" This commercial wasn't just about bigger burgers. It was about demanding quality and calling out the competition. Clara became an instant icon. And that catchphrase, it was everywhere, man. From T-shirts to bumper stickers, "Where's the beef?" was the ultimate 80s mic drop.
Why they would show McDonald's, I don't know, but okay.
Talk about a touchdown for a heartwarming advertising. Coca-Cola scored big time with their Mean Joe Green commercial. Picture this. A tough NFL star, known for his intimidating presence, softens up to a young fan offering him a refreshing Coke. This ad reminded us that even the toughest guys have a soft spot, and it proved that sometimes all it takes is a simple act of kindness and a delicious
I don't
Coke
remember this one.
to bridge any divide. McDonald's took a swing with their Mac Tonight campaign, and boy, did they hit it out of the park. This jazzy, moon-headed crooner became an instant sensation, serenading us with his smooth vocals and making us crave those Big Macs after dark. This commercial was all about good vibes and good times, and it proved that even fast food could be cool.
Ooh.
Hold on to your hats, folks, because this next one was a real showstopper. When Pepsi teamed up with the king of pop himself, Michael Jackson, the world went wild. This wasn't just a commercial, it was a mini-movie with electrifying dance moves and a message of unity. MJ's star power took this ad to a whole new level, making it one of the most iconic and expensive commercials of all time.
His hair burnt off in that one.
Remember that
Yes,
pink drumming bunny with the shades and boundless energy? The Energizer. Bunny
He's
hopped
still
onto
going.
our screens in the
The
80s
bunny.
and became a pop culture phenomenon. This commercial was simple but effective, promising long-lasting power and delivering it with a memorable mascot. The Energizer Bunny taught us that it's all about stamina, baby. Who knew dried grapes could be so groovy? The California Raisins claymation commercials were a stroke of genius. These funky little dudes sang and danced their way into our hearts with their rendition of "I Heard It Through the Grapevine." These commercials were fun, quirky, and they proved that even healthy snacks could be cool. Nike has always been a master of athletic inspiration, and their Bo Knows campaign was no exception. This ad showcased the incredible talent of two-sport athlete Bo Jackson, a guy who could dominate both baseball and football. With Bo, it wasn't just about one sport, it was about pushing boundaries and excelling in everything you do. Just like Knight Rider, we were all about pushing the limits. That's right, folks, we're talking about the Folgers jingle that's been stuck in our heads for decades. The best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup. This commercial was all about associating their coffee with the warmth and comfort of a perfect morning. And you know what? It worked. To this day, that jingle still makes me crave a cup of Joe.
Coffee. It's caffeine.
And finally, we come to a commercial that's puzzled generations, the Tootsie Pop ad with the wise old owl. How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? It's a question that's haunted us all. This commercial was brilliant in its simplicity, sparking curiosity and making us crave those iconic lollipops. And there you have it, folks. A turbocharged trip back in time to relive the most iconic commercials of the 1980s. We laughed, we cried, we craved burgers and jingles. It's amazing how these commercials take us right back to those awesome days. Which one was your favorite? Was it the groundbreaking Apple ad, the heartwarming Coke moment, or maybe the catchy Folgers jingle? Let me know in the comments below, and don't forget to give this video a big thumbs up. Subscribe to 420 Radio for more awesome content, and stay tuned for more road trips down memory lane.
There you go.
Subscribe to 420 Radio.
Yeah. You would probably have to tell it.
Yeah, I got to work on the. You really have to be very descriptive when you put things in. I'll give you an example. I did yesterday the top 5 cannabis headlines.
Yeah.
And yet, did it really tell us what we like? If you put in the right notations in the script, it'll actually load the video, but it's called generative videos, and but it won't do it unless you have a paid account.
When I was doing text to voices and doing commercials and stuff, 420, I would separate 4 and 20.
You have to type it out now.
Correct. You can't use. You have to make sure it's separated.
If you're using the numbers, it says that as a number. But if you type out in words 420, it says 420.
Yeah. Who's this?
This is this one is called. Where's the damn thing here? Come on now.
Just so you know, Deb says Mac tonight. Deb's a big McDonald's fan. Big McDonald's fan. Like,
yeah, you must love the new one that's there. I know that kept me up at night sometimes there.
Like I'm talking, she's even got Ronald's shoes, man.
Hey, what's up, everyone? It's Your Name here, back with the latest in cannabis news. Today, we're diving into the top 5 stories shaking up the cannabis world for March 31st, 2025. First up, big changes in Texas. The Texas Senate has just passed a bill banning all consumable hemp products with any THC. This could majorly impact the state's $10 billion hemp industry.
Yeah, we'll stop that, and I will do it again.
No, but the fact that Texas banned THC, like they can't even grow hemp now because they banned THC, even the 0.3% in hemp.
I know it's stupid. We'll have to try that again because there's obviously something went on with the downloading.
Okay,
that's why the buzzing was there. Let's see what else I've got here. I thought that for what our 420 Pace project for filler stuff, maybe we should do some strain reviews. So I typed in.
Cannabis, like all living things, relies on genetics. These building blocks of life determine a plant's characteristics, from its aroma and flavor to its effects and growth patterns. Understanding cannabis genetics is key to appreciating the diversity of strains available today. Each strain boasts a unique genetic makeup, resulting in distinct traits that cater to a variety of preferences and needs. Just as a rose inherits its fragrance and color from its ancestors, cannabis strains inherit their unique properties from their parent plants. This intricate web of inheritance gives rise to the incredible variety we see in the cannabis world, from the soaring highs of sativas to the relaxing effects of indicas. Pink Kush, a popular indica-dominant strain, boasts a lineage shrouded in mystery and debate. While its exact origins remain unclear, its parentage is widely believed to include OG Kush, and some speculate either a Pink Afghani or Bubba Kush. This genetic combination has resulted in a strain celebrated for its potent effects and distinct aroma. The OG Kush parent brings its signature potency and earthy, fuel-like aroma. The pink Afghani, on the other hand, is thought to contribute to pink Kush's relaxing body, high and sweet floral notes. This fusion of genetics has cemented pink Kush's position as a sought-after strain in the cannabis community. Pink Kush is easily recognizable with its dense, tightly packed buds that exhibit a distinctive pink hue, a trait inherited from its pink Afghani lineage. Its aroma is a captivating blend of sweet, floral notes inherited from its pink Afghani parent, intertwined with the earthy, fuel-like undertones characteristic of OG Kush. This unique aroma profile adds to the overall sensory experience of enjoying pink Kush. Beyond its appearance, pink Kush is cherished for its potent effects.
Let's
True
say
to its
pink Kush
indica
again.
dominance, this strain delivers a deeply relaxing body high that can alleviate stress, pain, and insomnia. Its effects are long-lasting, making it a popular choice for evening use or for those seeking relief from chronic conditions.
Pink Kush.
Pink Kush has earned its place as a cornerstone in the modern cannabis market. Its potent effects and unique aroma have garnered a loyal following among both recreational and medicinal users. This popularity has led to the emergence of numerous Pink Kush crosses and variations. From dispensaries to online seed banks, Pink Kush and its derivatives are widely available, a testament to its enduring appeal. Its legacy extends beyond its immediate consumption, inspiring breeders to create new and exciting strains that carry on its sought-after trait. In the ever-evolving world of cannabis, Pink Kush remains a classic, celebrated for its unique characteristics and the potent experience it provides.
Here you go. All done.
Well, it needs some work.
Yeah.
Right.
Hey.
Now let me
You're
show
just
you.
learning, you're creating stuff, and next thing you know, you'll be a professional at it.
Well, we'll see. Let's see something a little different.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Where is it? Where's it gone?
Oh, got a message from Deb.
Yes.
She says she doesn't like the McDonald's food. She just likes the toys. Yeah, toys.
I guess we're done with that for now.
Okay, all right, good. The my son-in-law, my grandson just told me he was bored, so nobody's
He
doing.
wants to go to McDonald's.
No. He doesn't want to go to McDonald's. He probably would though. Because he's bored, he printed off some math projects, like questionnaires.
He seems to know where
He's gonna do them.
you are every Tuesday from 10 o'clock on. Because he comes down every show now to print stuff out.
Like they're off. They're off Monday.
Does he do that for every show when you're in the office? Does he come down and print stuff?
Not every show, no. They're off of school because of the storm.
Oh yes, they've got a snow day.
Yeah, Monday, Tuesday, and then now we're supposed to get another storm tomorrow, so they'll probably be off again tomorrow.
I got a breaking news here. Hooters has filed for Chapter 11.
Who?
Hooters.
Yeah, I saw that earlier today. Yeah, they filed for bankruptcy.
Yeah, it says Hooters, the iconic restaurant chain known for chicken wings and servers wearing orange shorts with big boobs. It doesn't say the big. I added the big boob part.
Okay.
Has filed for bankruptcy protection. Holy.
No.
It's for because of a restructuring under the original founders.
Huh.
Yep. 40 locations are being closed, and they're citing raised inflation.
Yeah. Anything else? What about companies that are now more like the DoorDashers and Skip the Dishes that are doing these?
A lot of people are are choosing to stay home. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't have that luxury here. We've got a couple of restaurants, and they do deliver, but it's a 3 or 4 hour wait up here.
Oh,
Not literally, but I know that when I was in my apartment, there were many nights where I chose not even to go shop, just to order something.
Yeah.
It's a convenience that we have now.
Yes.
And with Uber and DoorDash and all those other delivery services, you can get whatever you want. I mean, Uber has started doing cannabis. I don't know about DoorDash.
There was somebody else.
I'm trying to find. I'm trying to find some Hungarian food that delivers.
Oh, you're probably just even finding a Hungarian restaurant that's doesn't even deliver. It'd be hard to find where you are.
Yeah, and they've closed my favorite restaurant in Toronto, Country Style on Queen Street, across from Leeds Palace. I've been eating there for 50 years, anyways.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Closed her down.
They closed her down about 6 months after I moved. This is like, Al's moving. We can't sustain ourselves anymore. There's been a few Hungarian restaurants.
Don't move, Al. Don't move.
There's one in Hamilton that was just across the street from the lounge.
Right.
Yep, that was convenient.
All righty. Just checking on the cat moving. I thought it was getting into something there. From the sports and everything on to entertainment and events. Let's see. I got a song for entertainment.
All right.
Okay. We'll be back in about 3.5 minutes. Let's talk about how long it takes to play.
In the corner, eyes half closed, wrapped in smoke like a worn out road. They say he's seen the past, the present, the end, through the bottom of a bong that ain't never been cleaned. I dropped a 20, said, tell me my fate. He took one hit, then made me wait. Stared real deep like a wise old sage, then coughed up a lung and said, bro, you blazed. Wrong water, vision, secrets untold. Sip it if you dare, but the taste too cold. One puff, two puff, spirits arise. The answer's in the bubbles if you open your mind. If you open your mind. But don't ask too much or it might be too late. He sees the future, but it's cloudy as hell. Take another rip and let the vision swell. But he still took a hit, now the truth feels near. He looked at the ripples, let out a sigh. Said, son, I see tacos falling from the sky. I said, that ain't prophecy, man, that's a dream. He just grinned and said, trust the green. He whispered, aliens, they've been here a while. Built the pyramids, then dipped with a smile. I said, that's insane, he just shook his head. It's all in the bong, man, reality's dead. Bong water, visions, truth dripping slow. Sip it if you dare, but you may not know. One puff, two puff, the answers arrive. But the more you see, the less you survive. The less you survive. Don't ask too much, or it might be too late. He sees the future, but it's cloudy as hell. Take another rip and let the vision swell. But he still took a hit, now the truth feels near. Maybe time ain't real, maybe fate's a game. Maybe the future's just a smoky haze. Maybe I should ask one last thing. But damn, this water got a funky sting.
There you go. That was the full song of the partial song we played previously. Here, I played 30 seconds, I think, the last time I played that. That's the whole version. That was the Bong Water Oracle from Dr. High. If you like that stuff, you want to watch more of it, tune in to the 420 Pace Thursday nights at 9 o'clock for 1 hour of cannabis tunes first played.
And that is also the power of AI.
Correct. That is AI. Yep. And as you know, it's just not a matter of just saying a few things and seeing.
Well, this is what I've been playing with. I put in something like with the Kush thing there. I just tell me about the lineage of Pink Kush. That's all I put.
Oh, really? Eh?
But I did 2 videos with that. I did the one for YouTube, and then I did a YouTube short.
Yeah.
The YouTube short is what you're seeing now in Reels with the wording and the catchy phrases and stuff. So it's going to be an interesting ride to see what can be accomplished. I know a lot of people are worrying about it. Celebrities are out there doing block orders to stop people from using their likeness and their voices. I can go in, and we will go in eventually once I figure it all out. I can just, I think you just say a line of words, and then it captures your voice, and you use that voice. So,
use your original voice.
Use my voice. It just changes the words, right?
Yeah. Would you be scared of what it would turn out, how you would sound singing?
I wouldn't do it singing because I can and I'm not going to make, but for, to be honest, for a creator that has dyslexia and doesn't read very well, I mean, I can do the voiceover. I can write a script and blah, 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 but it's the reading of it. That's the issue for me. And it doesn't come out fluently, so it's a good tool to be able to use to create voiceover stuff in my own voice without that issue of me being able to read it. I mean, I'd be able to do it eventually, but it's going to take me 100 takes,
Right. Yeah.
Otherwise, I would have gone into voiceover because obviously you can hear I do have a voice.
You have a voice for radio.
That's what they say.
That's what they say. Yeah, I know. I've talked to Dr. High there, and there's he uses different programs and in order to create things, and there is time involved in it.
It's just another evolution of what's available. COVID, pain in the fucking ass, killed people, destroyed lives, businesses, blah blah blah. But look at the technology that's come out of that, specifically online. We've got Zoom meetings are a regular thing now.
Yeah.
It used to be Skype. Skype's gone.
As of May, it's gone. I got notification that it's ready for an update. They're going, update? Fuck, you're shutting down in May. What are you doing updating?
As of May 5th, Skype is no longer. They are migrating it with what they call Microsoft Teams.
Right. So does everybody's Skype account turn into Microsoft Teams?
Apparently, yes. You can log into Microsoft Teams and access all of that stuff. Now, what people don't realize, though, is Facebook has been using Skype since they installed Messenger with video conferencing and voice, because that's basically what they're using.
Oh, yeah.
So, but Skype will be gone. I don't remember the last time we got a Skype call.
I've used Skype in the last few months, but yeah, nowhere near I did before. Just a quick message. Good morning, Kent. How you doing?
Hey, Kent.
I hope today's a better day.
So anyways, all I was trying to say was, I mean, the technology that's come out of COVID is impressive. I mean, we're doing a lot. I think AI, the introduction of AI into general life has been fast paced a little bit because of it. More people are wanting to interact in things at home as opposed to going now. Restaurants, like we were just talking about, deliveries, things like that. You can. I mean, I have a home theater sitting in here. You can see the projector right there.
Yeah, I can see it over your shoulder there. Yeah.
And I needed a curtain for my office here because I have a long window here. So I put up the screen I got with my projector.
Nice.
And that's my curtain.
Yeah.
But a lot of people are doing that now. Where a home theater in somebody's home, you had to be rich to do that before. You don't now.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of new technologies that have been introduced that are interesting. Is my point.
I've got two widescreen projections, like screens.
Yep.
I think it's 8 feet long. I had one that was
heavy, aren't they? In a box.
Oh well, I got one sitting over there in the next room, and it's wider than a king bed.
And it probably cost a few $1,000s when you got it.
I can't remember what it cost me. I actually have two of them because when I was doing the documentary movies, the series, when I was going around to the
taking
cafe,
those with you.
The one place, actually two places, I left the screens there. They just left them mounted up on the ceiling.
And then when you stopped doing it, you brought them home.
Correct. Yep.
Yeah.
I got the projector's in there with it and the whole bit.
Yeah, but now all you need to do is plug a computer into a little tiny projector. This thing will do 100 feet.
Oh, good.
Right?
Distance, yeah.
And I just think it's fucking amazing.
Makes it big, eh?
Set it up outside and go sit in the car and have a drive-in night.
What comes if you're doing something outside, let's say you got a bunch of friends over or family over, set up a projector outside. That way you can have a movie while you have a fire.
That's yep.
Yeah. Exactly. So that works out all right. Now, as far as events go, what have I got here? This is a new month, so I have it.
Well, we were supposed to be at where were we supposed to be last week?
Can Expo. Yeah, that was the 21st.
It's been rescheduled though. That's happening in October now.
October, correct?
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Now, as far as events, according to the cannabis market space, what do they got here? As I say, alternative products. This is going on in Miami. Token Tuesday. That's in Saskatoon. They say blaze, mingle, and talk shop. Growing under highlight intensity. It's a webinar. Cannabis East, a premier cannabis event for consumers and enthusiasts. Oh, there's a Canna Crawl 420 festival. Gee, April 19th.
Somewhere in Hamilton, yeah.
Yeah. 420, Your Highness is here. Mood Fest.
Mood Fest. Where's that?
Vancouver Island.
Oh, cool.
Here we go. Mood Fest. Naomi. presented by Mood Cannabis. The road back to legacy.
Nanaimo.
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 Yeah, something like that.
Somebody will say something, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Correct us.
I always I can't pronounce it anyway.
One
so.
of them correcting people.
Yeah. Okay. So we got that going on. Canna Crawl. This is going on the 19th. Location to be announced. $5 early bird tickets, $10 at the door. You got music,
Santa
food.
Crawl has always been a good one to go. It's a lot of legacy people and music and food.
Yeah.
Rena is a cannabis chef,
Uh-huh.
and I believe that she does have things there as well.
Yeah. General rest of them.
We used to go and sit on the stage. I used to go and sit with Ira, Dr. Ira.
Oh,
Price.
yeah.
And,
So there's a few more events. We'll get into them more when it gets closer to the end of the month.
Get closer to the end of the month, which is coming for 20.
Yeah, sure is. But you know what? I'm not yet. Anyways, I haven't heard anything being promoted as far as any rallies or any.
I just saw the first post for the GMM, the Global Marijuana March, on the 3rd of May.
Did you?
I just saw that. Yeah, there was just Mary Jane posted something.
Okay.
But yeah, I saw "Are You Coming" or something like that. But that's down at Queen's Park in Toronto.
Correct.
And there are, if you have an event or you know of an event that you think we should mention, have at her.
Have at her. Mention it. We'll bring her up. That's for sure.
You can.
Yeah, I haven't seen any announcements online or anything saying about
anything
420 for gatherings or anything.
You know, it used to be really the festival, the 420 in Toronto used to be huge. They would take over wherever they were.
Yeah.
And you know, and that was the hash mob people doing that.
Yeah.
And Chris and Aaron. And it's just, you know, they've been at Toronto City Hall. They took over
Nathan Phillips Square,
Square. But you know what? Quite frankly, over the years, they've been asked not to come back.
Yeah.
So, which I don't understand why, because I mean, like I said, I've never seen an issue at a 420 event ever.
I only know of one.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Was that an argument about dry buds?
No. That was when someone showed up with a gun. And that didn't go over very well.
No, it wouldn't have.
They were removed.
Probably pretty quickly.
Yeah. That was it. That's the only one. You know, thousands and tens of thousands of people show up.
Well, you know, I mean, like, the last few times that I went down to Queen's Park, I wasn't impressed by the cleaning because it was a mess when we left and nobody stayed to clean it. But now, you know, now there's a committee. And I know that Mary Jane spent a few hours with Timmy last year cleaning.
I know in previous years when I was there, there was no, like, there was some stuff that was out and stuff like that. And Grandma Peaches, Joanne, she usually every year when I was there, she'd be like, say, you wouldn't see anybody, but she might have been there just picking up garbage and over in
there's a few
so big, but she was always picking up garbage. And but I understand where you're coming from, because there was many years where there was a mess and people just left.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that's the young kids, the younger sect, because you know us old farts in the community are a little wiser on that.
Respectable to the grounds.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
All right. So yeah. No, yeah, I haven't seen that anyways. And I haven't seen the thing from Mary Jane, but yeah, I know that she's working on it with the crew and all that. And if there's no 420 celebration in our area, I've seen some stuff going on in the U.S. and so on and so forth. But as far as in our general area here, yeah, I haven't seen anything.
There ain't nothing going on here. Sure you.
Well, I know, and you're hoping that it's a nice day. Never mind.
There'll be a 420 celebration. Correct. It's me sitting here.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll be able to go out in my backyard. Actually, my front deck, I have a little front deck, is now clear of snow, so I can go sit out there when the sun's beating down. It's not so bad. But I still have a foot of snow, well, a foot of ice, really, and then 2 feet of snow on top of that on the deck in the back.
Really?
Yeah, there's still 3 feet of snow around the greenhouse, and I'm now up to 5 panels gone.
Oh, glass. Oh, that's not good. Good day,
No,
Dean.
not glass. Just the.
We got a thumbs up from D.
Yes, I saw she said something there. Yeah.
The 5. So you like your greenhouse really isn't doing much of a greenhouse if it's got all holes in it.
Panels on one side and 1 on the other.
This is all from wind?
From we had before in the fall, we had a couple of 120 kilometer an hour days. And one popped out, I put it back in. Another one popped out, I put it back in, and then the snow killed them. Right? The ones that had cracked fell in. And then we had another windy bust here during the winter. So that finished the other side. So I'm going to go out and get some corrugated clear poly roofing stuff, that you would put on a shed or something. And I'm gonna take what's there off and put those up, and then that won't happen again.
Right? Yeah. So are you gonna put it on top of your greenhouse?
I'm gonna screw it down like you would screw it down on a roof. I'm gonna do the same thing. I'll tap some screws in there for metal screws and mount it right on there, and then it'll be there, and I'll take the top and make a little.
Yeah, the ridge on top and everything.
It'll be more open. There'll be more airflow too, right?
Yeah.
Well, because of the rises.
Part of the reason, but sometimes you want to retain that heat too, right?
Believe me, it can use, like, I've got the auto arm on there, and
the what?
The auto arm.
Yeah.
Right. And so, it hasn't opened yet. It's 0 in there right now.
Yeah.
But the sun's shining today and melting. I've got a stream coming off of my driveway.
Yeah.
A river.
A river. Water is flowing. Yeah, the greenhouse here, it has 4 windows that automatically open with the heat.
I have 2. Yeah.
And then there's a fan in the wall.
I thought about they're very available, and you just cut a hole out and put it on.
Yeah.
Very available.
But it's got 1 panel that broke in the storm 2 years ago, 3 years actually, when we got hit with that hurricane type storm. Took out, just to the east of us, it damaged a whole pile of.
I remember that.
Yeah, and there was a trailer park that got majority of the trailers were damaged, and
that was over by Hastings, wasn't it?
No, Tweed.
Oh, okay.
We drove through there a week ago, and like with no trees, with no leaves on the trees and no snow on the ground, it just looks like a big battle zone. All the trees are all broken and damaged and laying over. And there's,
like as we said,
it's just laying on it's just laying there because you can't, they're not going to go in and clean up everything, but it just looks like it's been
Well, like we said
Devastating.
earlier, Al, the weather can be very beautiful, but at the same
Yes.
time, it's deadly.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah. Exactly.
I
That's
remember when I lived I had just moved into Durham, Ontario,
yeah.
which is just north of Mount Forest, heading up to Owen Sound and that. And a twister went through, and it came up through the forest about a block from my apartment that I had just moved into. I was
Oh.
actually up here in Terrace Bay visiting, okay, with my
Yeah.
mom. And I walked in the house, and Dean says to me, "Did you hear about home?" I said, "No." He says, "A tornado just went right through your town." And when I got home, I went over to the park. I went down the road by my place, and you could see the V.
Oh.
And then I walked to the other end of town where the park was. It's a conservation area. Durham, Ontario is a conservation area.
Correct.
And
Was it Purple Woods?
through the forest of the conservation area, big V all the way through. You could see the path that went from one side of the street to the other.
Right.
And then there was another bad one down near Fergus, Ontario, which we saw as well when we were going down to the city. The weather, like I said, it can be beautiful and it can be deadly.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. You just never know what we are going to receive, because things can change
Correct.
like that. So.
Correct. Yes.
All right. Got anything else in entertainment, news, anything?
No, there's nothing big going on with entertainment except for the new season of Bosch Legacy, which is I really enjoy. It's just a cop show, retired cops, a PI now, that kind of thing.
Yeah, yeah.
There's
We're still watching Lost. We're in season 4 now.
Lost, yeah.
Yeah.
I
They've
like
been
Lost.
they're on the island, but they always go to, they would call them flashbacks, but I would almost think that they're going forward with things, because
Too
it
many
shows them after
flashbacks. Yeah.
they show them being rescued, already back and rescued.
There are some. I enjoy that show. I've watched every episode, and that's something that I put on when just to have on, right? Background noise.
Right.
It gets confusing with the flashbacks, and
Yeah.
and when they start the show, they don't show everybody in the first episode. They show 3 or 4 people, and they keep going back and forth with those people. And then the next episode, it's 2 or 3 other people. And then as they whittle it down, then you see everybody during every episode. But they whittle it down pretty quick.
And it looks like they almost can focus on a character for each episode, because there's been many there where that's sort of where they've concentrated on, is a certain person.
Naked and Afraid is good as well.
Yeah.
Same kind of scene. But I'm not into Survivor. Survivor is just
it's a game. It's
a game. Yeah, I don't like the game. I like Lost because it's, they have different versions of it. They've got Lost in Alaska. I've seen all of those.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Lost in Alaska. That'd be cold. Be frosty. At least these people got lost.
Naked and Afraid in Alaska would be frosty.
Yeah, it sure would be. All righty. Let's see. Anything else?
No, I think it's about time to go back to the couch and do some work on the big TV.
Yeah, I've got to walk the dog and deal with this cold.
In other words, Al's going back to bed for a nap.
You just never know. You just never know. All right. Nothing else. Other than that, I will hit the bye-bye button. And
have a nice day. Thanks for watching.
Yeah.
See you next Tuesday at 10 a.m. We're the high guys, the owls.
The owls, exactly. And hopefully next week this sinus cold's gone, and there's no more ice storms going on.
I'm just waiting for my deck to thaw so that I can cook my barbecue.
All right. Other than that, we'll see y'all later. Bye-bye.
Bye.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
Come and feel those green vibes, frosty buds, nature's embrace, classic roots in the sunshine, medicine flowing, we find our place. High on love, we elevate. Nature's gift that celebrate. In the garden, watch them grow. Nurture dreams in the warm sunlight's glow. From the sun, rise up and thrive. In this rhythm, we feel so alive. High on love, let's elevate. Feel the peace that we create. When the evening falls, we'll gather around, share the stories of the healing found. With every puff, we sow the seeds. In this fight, we fulfill our needs. High on love, we elevate. Feel the joy that can't wait. In the garden, watch them grow. Nurture drinks that laughs aflow.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Look at all that money, yeah, the money that they spend. Take another look now and take some time for him. No countries for paper, cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for him. Oh, an acre of hemp makes 20 barrels of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil. We've got no food They got no clothes, they got no rest. Well, it's time for hemp.
Thank you for taking time for hemp. I'm your host, Casper Leach, and you are listening to Time for Hemp all around the world on BitChute, on Tumblr, on iHeartRadio, on iTunes, on Spotify, any place that sound is found. We are around on the internet, letting everybody know how important it is to take time for hemp. And don't forget that when you hear the word joint on the big broadcast, hit your pipes, your bongs, your vaporizers, and take time for hemp. And be sure to share with your friends and hit the like button if you get a chance. That's how we get to make more content like this for you. On the program today, we are talking about the wonders of this plant with some of our wonderful friends. A buddy of mine by the name of Al Byrne has written a groovy book about how this plant is fantastic and great to be used by the world for all kinds of creature comforts and medicinal purposes. Hello, Al Byrne. Let people know about your book.
Thank you, Casper. Yeah, the book, For Country and Cannabis. Essentially, it's a history book. I wanted to introduce to the American public or anybody else who wanted to read it how this happened. How did we go from no medical cannabis to what we have today, which is about 40 states, the District of Columbia, and every territory of the United States uses cannabis medically. In the world, we have at least 30 countries that have cannabis in their pharmacopoeia. I thought that it was worthwhile writing this book before I died. I was asked to write it by many people who lived through the time with me and basically said to me, Al, if you don't write this book, nobody else can. So I wrote it. To leave the history behind, I filled it as best I could with cannabis, therapeutic cannabis education, how to use it, why to use it. And like, for instance, Casper just said, light up your bong. See, now in my book, I say, don't use a bong. And I tell you why. So there's that. The other thing is I wanted the people that began this process to be remembered. And I put their names in this book on purpose. And I explain their position in the history of it all. So a lot of us know Jack Herr and Dennis Ferrone and good, great friends of mine. I'm glad that I was with them when we did what we did. But you don't know all the others, and I wanted you to remember them. So that's what the book is about. And the full country part is I did 24 years in the United States Navy of active duty. And cannabis intersected with those 24 years on many, many occasions in positive and negative ways. And I thought it would be interesting again to sort of identify how the military felt about all this, from the troop up to the general. How did they work this out? And the answer to that is not very well. So anyway. With that's the book, but today we have a Canadian guest, and therefore we have a Canadian joint host. Yes, I'm going to light up a joint host from Canada, and we're going to let Al Graham do the introductions for our Canadian host.
And Al Graham, you also work jointly on a Pace Radio broadcasting, don't you?
Yes. I work on Pace Radio broadcasting, found at paceradio.net. I heard you say joint, so I had to have my puff.
And while you're having your smoke, I'll jump in there. As Al Byrne mentioned, he mentioned a lot of people in his book. If you go into our archives at timeforhemp.news, you will find all kinds of people who have been pioneering the hemp and cannabis movement that you can listen to and enjoy their interviews. And if you check out our blogs, you'll see that we're bringing some of them who have passed away back to life
like we recently have done with Michelle Rainey, a joint friend of Al Graham and I, and she was also a joint friend of everybody in the cannabis movement. So I'll let Al Graham discuss Michelle Rainey a little bit and then bring on our guest. Al?
Michelle Rainey, she was Canadian advocate that many people loved and followed. Michelle spent a lot of time educating people about the benefits of cannabis. She suffered from Crohn's disease just like I do. I got to see her speak at the TY Cannabis Awareness Forum in Toronto, and she was talking about basically the disease and what it put everybody through. And she was an inspiration for me to be able to stand up and speak about the problems and dealing with the disease as well.
Well, and she had a charming sense of humor, and
She
she was
sure
plucky.
did.
She didn't let it get her down. Right up to her last breath, she was telling the whole world how important medical cannabis was.
Exactly. And I would suggest everybody do a search on YouTube for Michelle Rainey, and you will find all kinds of videos that she produced and created.
And I know that our joint guest today, there's that word joint again. Oh, I said it twice. Was also a friend of Michelle Rainey's. And again, Al Graham, I'll let you bring our international star on today.
Yes, today's guest, originally from England, but is a well-known Canadian cannabis advocate. He's well-known in the cannabis community, knows Michelle very well. He's also a fellow who has been helping patients for as long as I've known him. So I'm going to say a couple of decades. He's been helping patients, and a lot of people know him because of the court case that he was involved in, and the challenge that involved. It made so much effect to our situation here in Canada and for patients. And we're going to hear about it today. Instead of me telling about it, I'd like to welcome Owen Smith to the broadcast. Good day, Owen. You're muted, Owen.
Classic. Yeah, thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. There we go. I'll get you all moved around, get everybody in position. And I guess to get started, Owen, welcome to the show. Time for help.
Thanks. You mentioned that I'm from England, but more specifically, I'm from a place called Hampshire. And Hampshire is like two words, hamp, which is the German root for hemp, and shire, which means official care or charge. So the place where I grew up used to be a big hemp growing area where they would provide hemp for sails and ropes for the British Navy. So
wow,
that's where I'm from. So I'm sort of
nice
from the Shire.
Wow, and I
journey.
Back then, at where you were living back then, I don't know how. Obviously, you're younger, but as far as like, hearing any stories like all these hemp farmers, was there any big concern about the sky was going to fall?
Well, this is historical.
Oh, okay.
There isn't any hemp growing there now. Not where I'm particularly from, but there was other sorts of farms had moved in. But you could still go down to the dockyard where they have the historical ships, like the HMS Victory, which took on the Spanish Armada back in like the 14th century, and the ropes, rigging, sails there are hemp. So
nice.
The great value.
Yeah, that dovetails really well with our national ship, the USS Constitution, the oldest, longest commissioned ship in the Navy. And it too has ropes and sails and every other thing you can imagine made out of hemp. It was, in fact, we know now that it was Thomas Jefferson that smuggled a bunch of seeds in from England and from France into the United States in his diplomatic pouches because you guys had the good stuff. And Jefferson stole it. I mean, right out of That's what he did. But that's how important hemp was. So yeah, it's nice you bring that up. So give me the Hampshire again, because we have a new Hampshire over here.
Yeah.
Is that, you think that's the same meaning?
Yeah, I do understand that many of the names were copied in the United States, and the root of it is that Hanf, German, hemp, and Shire, Old English, for a division of land, and the Shire Reeve was the sheriff, so he kind of made sure everyone's paying the taxes and stuff. Yeah.
Well, so we had a bunch of English guys that were hemp farmers that started up New Hampshire. That's curious. Yeah.
Yeah. The historical importance of hemp is certainly not to be missed. And going back further in my family history, I went to Ireland a few years ago, and I was digging around in the south of Ireland in County Cork, all antique shops, and I found a book. In the back of the book, it talked about hemp and the taxes that were being levied on Irish farmers for hemp by the English. So there was a book called Cannabiculture in Ireland back in the 17th century. They said, we can become independent with hemp. We don't need to rely on the British and the imports they're bringing us. We can grow our own hemp and sell it to Europe. Well, the British didn't like that, and they put an embargo on Ireland with their navy. So you couldn't get any of our hemp or hemp wool composites to Europe for sale. And they put big taxes on any of the hemp exports that we could do. So historically, yeah, many times I think hemp has been an important political piece of the
I
puzzle.
admit that I had no idea that Ireland was in that was such a hemp interested country.
Also, the British, I think this has some parallels in American history too, but the British were enforcing you had to grow hemp. It was part of the taxes. They were afraid of Napoleon coming. So they set up this program to grow hemp over a huge part of the best land in Ireland. And there was a lot of opposition to it, because in Ireland, they traditionally dig the peat for fire and for building homes and stuff like this. So yeah, there's a lot of history there.
Yeah, well, there's near United States, Virginia, Kentucky, all those sort of southeastern states, which is what the United States was back in that day, were required. Farmers were required to grow hemp. They had a certain part of their product had to be hemp. Very important. Very important. So in Canada, you come into Canada as a UK citizen. I guess you became a Canadian citizen, I'm assuming, and then all of a sudden you woke up one day and said, "Well, now that I'm in this place, I'm gonna change it." Is that what happened?
Well, it was good timing in a way. Just the year after I arrived, I mean, I was only 11 years old, but 1996, Ted Smith started the Victoria Cannabis Buyers Club, and in Vancouver, the first Compassion Club of Vancouver was born. So I arrived just as cannabis advocacy in a very public sense had arrived on the scene. And yeah, I didn't catch up for a few more years, but after high school, I found Ted Smith, and Ted ran the Victoria Compassion Club and had for about 5 years at that point, and he was doing meetings at the University of Victoria. So what he would do is set up his microphone in the center of the field out front of the library, very central location, and students would circle up around him, and he had volunteers who would go around and hand out joints. So like at the Compassion Club all week, they'd smoke, and then they would keep the roaches, and then they'd roll the roaches into these joints and bring them to the meetings. And so like when I first went, it was like, oh, what? You can go somewhere and get free weed? Like, that sounds great. I must be like 19 or something. Go to the university, stand in the sunshine with all these beautiful young people, get free weed, listen to this guy talk about politics of cannabis, medical cannabis. really blowing all our minds because none of us had heard how extreme it was. You know, endocannabinoid system. What do you mean? I produce weed in my brain? What? So there was so much to learn, and I think that's the case with this, given that it's been so demonized and trodden down, that when you do come to it, there's so much to learn. It can be a bit of a in your face. But it was through that. It was called Hempology 101. He did a lecture series at the university, and we did these weekly meetings.
What time was this meeting?
4:20.
I just thought I'd check.
I became the student club president and sort of like helped them with a couple of conventions. We had some key speakers come in. One of them was from LEAP. So we had a local law enforcement come and speak for us, which was nice. And also people like Mark Emery, Michelle Rainey, who was mentioned, and other activists at that time. And there has been many for those conventions. Yeah.
So it sounds like you were quite a handful for your parents. I mean, they bring you out of England into this wonderful cultured country called Canada, where you can get a refined education and grow up polished. And instead, you're running around the country, handing out free joints, talking about legalizing marijuana for cannabis.
They didn't have.
Are they ready for that?
It was hard for them to see this for me. And of course, I tried to explain it. You know, I'll try to tell you all these wonderful things, but they weren't buying it. And I think even to this day, a lot of it seems alien to them because they're not cannabis consumers, my parents. And coming from England, you just don't have the exposure to any of the culture or any of the information. It's really just what you get from TV, news, really all of the stuff that's painted darkly across cannabis. And so it's been a struggle, actually, helping my parents understand my path with cannabis.
You might try introducing your parents to a group called, let's see, Paul McCartney's first boy band, the Beatles.
So you met Ted through the Hempology and all that. How did you end up, getting together and start, baking and being involved in VCBC?
Well, you bake food with cannabis. You do that?
Oh yeah. Oh
wow.
Yeah. I just learned how to do gluten-free baking, so now I can help out more people. But I was at the time just a student, and I asked to be their baker, but they had one. So I left Victoria and traveled around, went to all of the BC hotspots like Nelson, where you have the Holy Smoke, which was one of the earliest places you could go and buy weed, smoke it in the store. I even had chocolate mushrooms. This is in the mountains of BC. And then I went up to Sunshine Coast, which is another hotspot, learned how to grow weed from the locals there, trim weed, all that sort of stuff. And then I came back to Victoria, and they had a job for me waiting. So I became the baker. And this was about 2008, 2007 at this point. I learned.
So the West Coast, the West Coast was cannabis orientated. Ontario, Quebec, etc. Nova Scotia, not so much.
That's right. We used to ship weed out there a lot. It was we would produce it here on the coast. You've got like an archipelago, lots of little islands, and people growing weed. Some of the islands you don't have any cars on them. There's no police. There's just people growing weed, and so yeah, we became renowned for that. Of course, we have the mountains too, so people are out in the mountains growing weed. I certainly grew a couple
longer season, better season, longer season to grow.
That's right, coastal, temperate climate. Yeah, we have some of our own land races here, like the Texay, the Time Warp, and that sort of thing.
Well, I'm confused now. You've got little islands that don't have cars. How do they get to the McDonald's? How do they get to the 7-Eleven? How do they get to the Pizza Hut?
Yeah, none of that.
They swim. How else could you do it?
And they walk through the woods.
Yeah, they walk through the woods in their snowshoes. They get into their rubber suit. They swim through the Arctic Ocean. They get over to the 7-Eleven, and they repeat the process going back.
I figured they'd have a 7-Eleven on the island. I mean, I cannot imagine being someplace where there's no cars and no McDonald's and no 7
No Oreos. No Oreos.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh no. I'm coming, Weezy. I'm coming. It's the big one. No Oreos. I'm coming.
Well, you can get these things on these islands. They usually have like a little shop, you know, they import them, but it costs like twice as much as you would anywhere else. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. I can see that for sure because of just the shipping alone. So you've met Ted. They've asked you to be your baker. And so right from there, you've been helping patients along. And then one day, there was a knock at the door.
I was also a DJ when I was a baker at this time in my like late 20s. So I would make DJ mixes and listen to them while I baked. And so this is like DJ, like dance music. So it's like boom, boom, boom. And yeah, I probably had it a bit loud. So I got a sound complaint from the neighbors. And also it was a December morning and the filter and the air scrubber was broken and I was out of incense. And so the smell had reached the other doorways too. We had, the police were called on me. And I come to the door and they're like, you got to let us in. I'm like, it's not my apartment, but they're like, you have to let us in, which is kind of like a trick, tap and wrap sort of strategy to say like, they don't have a right to come in unless I let them in, right? So you be careful for police language like that. But at the time, I realized like, this has to happen. There's no reason to hide. Part of Ted's philosophy is always transparency, doing things as public as possible, really putting it in the face of the police or the community so that they can respond. So we're not isolated. And so, yeah, let him in. What the lead police officer, East Indian man, he had recently been to India. And his family in India, they have been making cannabis pakoras for longest times. Grandma makes the best cannabis pakoras. He'd come to our store to tell us this like a few months before this guy comes in to bust me. So we kind of had a funny feeling about it. They were asking me questions. If I ate these cookies, what would happen to me? Would I feel funny? Would I feel silly? Would I, what would happen to me? And I'm like, hey, look, those aren't for you. They're not yours. Those are intended for medical patients. If you take those, people will be in pain tonight. They will be seizing. They will have seizures. There are people who have cancer. There are people who need this. So I saw it as an opportunity to really speak to the conscience of these human beings, to try to make them feel what they were doing had consequences. And it felt good to do that. But it's good to tell them like, hey, look, you guys, you're wrong. You shouldn't be doing this. But like, what can I do to stop you? Nothing, right? So yeah, they call in another police officer, and the next head pokes inside the door is David Bratzer, and he is the LEAP member who spoke at our convention. And if you look up on the wall here, there's a poster of the convention that I made with his name on. So I'm like, already like 2 of the 3 police officers are like cannabis familiar or friends. So that was how it started. So more police came. They started asking me more questions, and it's just like, I can't answer all these questions for you. I'm good. They take me downtown to the interrogation room, sit me in the interrogation room, start sending in pairs of police officers to ask me questions. Some of them the same questions, but in different orders. They were trying to find out if I was really who I said I was. And this is because I lost my wallet a few months before, and I didn't have any ID. I said I was a DJ. Well, I used to go raving in these mountains to go for all night dance parties, psychedelics, stars in the woods. trance music, that sort of thing. Well, I lost my wallet out in the woods, and so they didn't know who I was. And so I was like, they're asking these questions, and it was kind of funny, but also they thought that I was on the run, that I had done some other crimes, and I was concealing my identity. And so it's like hours and hours had passed. And then this fellow walks past the cell and looks in, and I recognize his face. An old friend of mine from high school, and also the goalkeeper of the soccer team that me and my friends put together called the Blazers, which was a soccer team where everybody smoked weed. And we smoked weed in the change rooms. We smoked weed on the field at halftime. We were really good. We finished top of the league 3 years in a row. We were way above what people would expect. And it was because the weed brought us together. Everybody's come to practice because you're going to smoke weed at the practice. It's here with your boys. It's not like drills and stuff. So it was a good team. He comes in. He's like, I don't expect to see you in here. And I'm like, me either. And, he verifies my identity to the other police officers, and that really helped it out. So I got to leave the police station at midnight, and it was December, so it was like icy cold. And I go back to the club, the Compassion Club, and there's Ted Smith and some of the staff still there, waiting to see if I would be released, with some big joints. And I got the next day off. And then the day after that, right back to work.
So what got you involved in the writing about cannabis?
We started a newspaper called the Cannabis Digest. It was originally the Compassion Club's newsletter, but we figured we needed a platform to share our message, given that many of the news media outlets always fumbled it. They prefer to put a pun in the headline than a detail in the article. And so it wasn't serving us. So we made a blog, printed a newspaper, distributed it across Canada and internationally. Ended up in about 10,000. We print every 3 months. And we did about 42 editions of that. So we could make sure that our message was detailed and in the open. And therefore, if anybody was getting it wrong, we could simply slap a link down in the comment section, or really kind of help buffer, bolster the message, make it more accurate. Because we know it's a communications issue with cannabis. There's a lot of misinformation, disinformation, and it takes a lot of effort to combat that. So yeah, Cannabis Digest.
That's why we need the internet censorship police, so that we can keep misinformation off the internet and make sure that only government approved content is released.
Well, maybe not exactly, but I mean, in Canada, the government puts out stuff about cannabis, and some of it's okay, but
we see some crazy stuff, but it's sort of the mix, isn't it?
It is.
Well, I totally agree, though, Owen. My background is the same as yours, which I'm going to say in one word is education. It appears to me that through your media work, you were saying you're backing up your work, okay, but that's education, and you're spreading it around the country. That's education, and that was obviously successful long term. And I found the same method, education, to be effective in the United States and elsewhere. You're right. Disinformation, misinformation. Some people just say shit because that's what they heard. It's not they're trying to be wrong. They just thought that that's how it was. Let me ask a basic question. When you were doing this, say when you started with your digest, what did you call the plant? What word did you use?
I meant cannabis.
You did?
Yeah. Well, it was called the Cannabis Digest, the title. So
good. And what year was that?
I I think it transformed into a newspaper in 2009 when the court case started. So yeah, we announced it with a press conference, and yeah,
I'm going to actually show everybody right there. This is the Supreme Court. This is an article within Cannabis Digest.
Probably one I wrote.
R.V. Smith.
Ted.
Yeah.
So Ted and I wrote lots of articles. I wrote over 150 articles about cannabis and about the trial.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let's skip to the trial. Tell us about this trial. You're sitting there in front of the Canadian Supreme Court. That's a big deal.
Yeah, we started in the BC Supreme Court 2012. We had 4 weeks to make our case to this to the judge alone. It was a voir dire, so a trial that occurs before the actual criminal aspect of the trial. So the trial was based on the constitutionality of the law, and so we could find the law unconstitutional before I actually went to trial. So that's what we tried to do. We brought in 4 patients from our Compassion Club with impactful stories. We brought in Dr. David Pate, who is a scientist who's been working on cannabis probably longer than most, and who appears in the citations for many of the studies that Health Canada references. So we had to go up against the police, and then we had to go up against the Chief Science Officer for Health Canada. He testified, and then we also had a food and drug expert talk about the regulations testify. So it was a battle of wizards. That's why I said that our wizard, Dr. Pate, he brought it. He was like a rainbow wizard. He was coming in like so much knowledge, so much information and compassion. Lovely, lovely man. Long white beard, ponytail. Just very, very informed and clear. Meanwhile, on the other side, they had sort of like this Ming the Merciless sort of wizard who didn't have any knowledge specifically of cannabis, but had reviewed a lot of reports and made this review of all of the studies. So he didn't have any specific experience with cannabis, but had read a bunch of books, read a bunch of studies, and put this thing together. So we essentially destroyed him and his credibility in the courtroom. And then we had our Matlock moment where Kirk Tusaw, who is my lawyer, was able to tease out from the government's chief science officer that his conclusions in his affidavit had actually been written by his boss at Health Canada and were not his own conclusions. It's in my book, Legalizing Cannabis Extracts, I put word for word that section of the case, so you can really see just how the castle wall crumbled on this man and his defense.
You show us your book again?
This is a pre-release copy. It's currently in pre-release mode. It's going to come out soon, before 4/20.
Gorgeous. The cover is gorgeous.
Yeah, it shows how, if you look in the cover, that mushrooms as well are an important part of this journey, and that mushrooms, magic mushrooms, were a guide for me, leading me toward helping people and helping them with cannabis and understanding the power of natural medicines. I had lots of wonderful experiences with mushrooms, and currently, I'm going to skip ahead to the present day, but I still work with Ted at this Compassion Club. And on the back side of the building, there is a clandestine mushroom club that has emerged, sort of emulating what we were doing back in the day, bringing mushrooms to the forefront with professional style products like chocolate bars and gummies and this sort of thing. So mushrooms and cannabis.
We had somebody on here recently who was a fan of mushrooms. Cindy, her
Cindy.
name was Cindy. I don't know. You
Yeah.
might know her, Cindy How, Cindy How.
And
But
Tony.
she said that she like flew on her mother's back and talked to little people and had conversations with. And the food that you give out, does that make people have those things? Does that happen? And have you done that? Do you talk to the little people when you do?
I can tell you, like, cannabis edibles sort of fit in that category too. I don't know how deep you guys have gone with them. I've gone deep, and you can have all sorts of experiences which are unusual with a high dose of cannabis edibles. Different than mushrooms, but still something that you should do in a controlled environment and consider your mind state. But those are the two important things to think about with these psychoactive experiences: is the set of your mind and the setting that you've placed yourself in. Fortunately, out here, we have some of the most beautiful settings you could imagine along the south coast of this island. Long paths through the woods with great big trees, and then beaches after beaches curled with the classic evergreens all dotted along the silhouette. It is totally gorgeous, and what a wonderful place if you're feeling good to go and eat some mushrooms or a cannabis cookie and enjoy the afternoon.
There's a history book called Set and Setting. Very appropriate for this conversation. It was written by a friend of mine, now gone, named Norman Zinberg. He was a PhD psychiatrist. He was on the board of Normal when I ran it. And it's an excellent book. You should look it up, Owen. Set and Setting, Zinberg. Another coincidence, David Pate. I put together a cannabis book in 1997 called Cannabis in Medical Practice, and it's still in print. It's an amazing legs on the thing. But David Pate, along with another guy, Robert Clark, wrote a chapter, 2 chapters actually, in that book. One was about hemp, and the other was about how hemp and the earth connected. The hemp thing was very specific to the plant. But David was the co-author of those 2 chapters. And so I consider David in 1997 an expert. So he certainly had some years on him. And I knew him. His beard was not white, but he did have a ponytail.
Nice. Yeah, we're so grateful for him, and his input really has profoundly changed the Canadian legal cannabis landscape. He also had, I believe, testified in Watermelon's case. I might be wrong with that, but he's little known, but really a big character.
Oh, internationally, David is known by every cannabis researcher in the world. He's a star. Yeah.
Now, part of your court case, part of the challenge had to deal with the fact that the medical program in Canada, which, by the way, Owen was not a patient at this time. Owen was, just he was a person who was helping, right? And at that time, cannabis was only allowed to be smoked. We weren't allowed all those alternatives.
Yeah, they had the rule that you could eat it, but you had to eat all of the plant material. And the reason for it, the reason they didn't like any extraction, and probably the cleanest example is a cup of tea. So like you got a teapot, you got the leaf in with the tea in the water, that remains legal. But once you pour it into the cup, now what's in the cup is illegal. The reason for that was that the government, they needed to know, that they needed to be able to, the police, to be able to weigh and measure your amount. So if you're a patient, you needed to stay within a specific limit. But if you mixed it with something, how are they going to measure and make sure that you were abiding by the rules? That was their argument. And the way we saw that was that they were precluding criminality into patients. So they're like patient criminals, and not giving people, you know, that instead of the sense that we were making, which was that the active ingredients live on the outside of the plant. The plant itself, the fiber, the wood, have no medicinal benefit. They're not going for that in the first place. The government's referring to something which didn't really make fundamental sense. And that's why David Pate, he helped illustrate this. We used some metaphors to help the judge understand. One of them was the golf ball on the tee. You know, something the judge might have had some familiarity with. The golf ball isn't supposed to stay on the tee, it just falls off. It's precarious. And that's the same with the trichome. The trichome head, it's like a little mushroom, little glass mushroom. And you give it a little shake, and all of a sudden, it's everywhere. Even the government cannabis that they would send out, the dry cannabis in the bags, would reach the home, and when they pulled the cannabis out, the bag itself would have trichomes lined on it. So were they breaking the law by mailing it out, or could they take it out of the package? None of this made sense, right? And so we started to break down the nonsense that was holding up this prohibition, which was not botanical, was not factually based on the reality of the plant.
Now what?
So you were talking therapeutic use, and they were talking criminal use. I mean, that's the debate here. They set up the system so that they could prove or disprove you're a criminal, and you're sitting there saying, "That's not the point. The point is this is medicine." Did you
Well, yes, we did. After the 4 weeks, we declared the law unconstitutional in British Columbia, and then triggered the next phase of the legal process here, which there's a 3-step process. We go British Columbia, then we go to appeal court, which has 3 judges, and then Supreme Court of Canada after that is 9 judges. So, but before we could go to the appeal court, we won the voir dire, but the judge said I still had to go to trial. I still had to see a jury and had to find out whether or not I personally should be punished. And so we arranged for that. 9 months later, we would go to court to set up a jury trial for me. And we figured we'd already won. We made sure we, published about it as much as we could. We, the jury pool, we could taint with education. We could make sure people knew the real story. We did. We sent newspapers all around, and then also we waived our publication ban so that other news outlets could come and report on our case. So we appeared in the news across the country. It was a very high profile, which was important for us. And for me, going into the jury trial, the day before the jury trial, the government contacts me to tell me that they're not going to call evidence. They don't believe they're going to win. And so I was released at that point. But they let me wait for 9 months.
Sure.
Just for fun, right? Just to get my nerves up or something.
Were you facing jail time? Did you get yourself involved in something that maybe you shouldn't have got yourself involved in? Had you listened to the right people and stayed away from that devil weed?
They wanted 4 months in jail. They sent me this paperwork which requested that, but then in the back of the paperwork it had a criminal record, and the criminal record included armed robbery, breaking and entering, all this stuff that I had no idea about. And so I look, and they actually had a different person tagged onto my file with a different middle name.
Okay.
So after that, they were a little bit dumb. They didn't come back with a new recommendation for jail. It was a bit of a fumble, essentially. So it was not clear if I was going to get any punishment. And essentially, I got released at the jury trial level before we went to the appeal court. And at the Court of Appeal, we won that. That was in Vancouver 2 years later, and we won 2-1. So the 2 female judges agreed with us. The 1 male judge did not. And he thought that I didn't have a right to stand up for medical patients because I'm not a medical patient.
Right.
The issue is called standing. I don't have the standing to raise the argument, is what he said.
We have the same here. We have the same problem here. Yeah.
Now you talked about how you had to deal with the fact that people could only smoke their cannabis. When it came to the Supreme Court challenge, I was one of the many people that were in the courtroom that day during those times. There was other people that were involved. You had interveners as well that got involved in the case, and that included parents of children who had to consume cannabis, and the federal government was basically telling them that their parents, by making coconut oil, they were breaking the law.
That's right.
Coconut oil.
That's right. Mandy McKnight and her son Liam, as well as a number of other parents across the country, had been contacting me, excited about what we were doing because their situation is so dire. That kid's not gonna live to adulthood. He's gonna seize a lot and die. Really, the worst thing you could imagine, I think. And they were so happy that there was someone fighting for them. And Mandy is a wonderful public speaker, and she volunteered to go on national news. She was on like Power and Politics, which is one of our biggest high-profile interview segments on CBC, on our national broadcaster. And yeah, she's just a lovely woman, and her son, beautiful boy with Dravet's, which is a serious epileptic condition. And she was using that coconut oil with a little bit of cannabis in it to help reduce those. She was working with a compassion club out east called Santé Cannabis, and they submitted her story to the Supreme Court of Canada. So the way that works is that any other cases that could be tagged on to what I was doing in the Supreme Court, they would get all combined into one thing. So we had submissions from the BC Civil Liberties, from the HIV/AIDS Society, from like a number of like very high profile, like the Ontario Bar. Like we had the legal organization coming to argue on our behalf against the standing argument the government had. So in Supreme Court, we had about 12 lawyers. Most of them were volunteers. They'd come all but for themselves. And on the other side, there was one guy, and he was sort of shrinking as the court case went on. The room was filled with medical patients. There were people eating edibles, vaping in the room. It was hard. Everyone from cheering anytime the court said something. Like, it's not a sports arena, you guys. But there was 2 overflow rooms in the building. Also, they had set up screens so that the people could watch the live event. There was a bus called the Extract Express that picked up medical patients around Ontario. Had dab
I was
rigs.
on that bus.
You were on that.
I was on that bus. Keep going. Keep going.
Met them in Ottawa, and we had a party at the local Legion. I think was the only time that there's been vaping in that building.
Yeah.
Then we had such a spectacle. It was wonderful. At the end, I was going to like the national media, doing a lot of radio, that sort of thing, and people got on the news talking about the issue. It was very high profile.
I can tell you, when the case was done and it was handed over to the courts to look at it, and they left that room blew up in a roar of celebration because they knew that the case had to win. It was just so strong, and it was like winning a championship game. It was great. It was overwhelming. Really, it was good.
One of the coolest parts was when the judges, the Supreme Court judges themselves, just shut the government down. They're great. Have it recorded online, and they're great. Just just stop there. I know you've got a lot to say, but try to say things that are, you know, meaningful. That sort of stuff. It's like you're talking, but well, another one was like, I know you're trying to say a lot of things, but I'm just not following this argument at all. That's what the Supreme Court justice said to the government lawyer. And that argument, like, this was like their last straw. Like, you know, cannabis plant is like a cow. Cannabis plant is like a cow. And these guys want to get raw milk out of this cow. And raw milk is illegal. We know raw milk is bad for you. We have laws to prevent people from giving out raw milk. This is the government. And the judge is like, what are you talking about? I'm not following this at all. You mean we're talking about cannabis and you're talking about cows? It's just,
oh, nice move, lawyer.
one of the sort of takeaways is just how indefensible prohibition is. That's just, if you challenge it with real science and real arguments, it doesn't have a leg to stand on.
Yeah, yeah.
We're going to have to go here pretty soon, but let me go back to something, Owen. Just for the audience's sake, on the edibles. Down here in the United States, anyway, we have a big problem with edibles, and again, it's lack of education. Because the edible takes a while to kick in, could be up 45 minutes or an hour. A lot of people down here, they take what would be a reasonable dose, say a gummy or half a gummy to get going. Doesn't work, then they take another one. Then they might take a third one, and then it starts kicking in. And now for somebody like you and I and the other guys here, we can understand what's going on. We've been there, we've done this, and again, in a controlled setting, it's not a problem. But for the inexperienced, it becomes a friggin' nightmare. And that's on an individual level. And then our government takes these individual nightmares and says, see, this stuff, we've been telling you, it's poison. So I just want to point out to people here, what Owen's talking about earlier about his edible experience is good for him and for experienced users. But if you're new to this, you really want to do two things. You want to go low and go slow. Just keep that in mind. Take a low dose and be patient. Yeah. Owen, before you take off, let's brag up some stuff here. Let's have the book again.
Yeah, what are you doing now?
Yeah, now and the book, and what do you got going next week and all of that?
I mean, are you retired? Are you going into a nursing home, or are you writing your memoirs? What's up?
Well, this book is coming out soon. I'll be releasing it before 420 and combining it with a podcast. So,
oh, nice.
Like what you guys are doing, I'm doing a similar thing. I've got a local movie producer who's helping me with it, and we had our first episode recently with Ted Smith, and I've got some lawyers lined up to really dive into it. It's going to be called The Legalizers. So it's really focusing on those who are making an effort to legalize cannabis in some way or another, or change the law. Since legalization up here, we have sort of a legal market, which is very impotent in its advocacy. It can't challenge Health Canada without getting spanked, and they're all competing with the government. It's kind of ugly the way it's been set up here. And so it's important, I think, to get the message, to continue to get the message out that there's a lot still to be done. We currently, I'm breaking the law every day I go to work. We're on the front line of it at a medical cannabis shop. In Canada, you're not allowed to have medical cannabis shops. You can only have recreational cannabis shops. And so we also have a consumption lounge. You're not allowed to have those, but we work on getting that happening for us. We're also selling edibles, which are above the limit, the legal limit that was established. And that is an arbitrary limit that has no basis in science and was simply the government's response to my ruling to say, okay, you can have edibles, but they got to be really, really weak. You got to eat a whole bunch of them. You know, a new arbitrary limit has been placed between people on their medicine. And so we are bypassing that, providing high dose edibles for people with very serious conditions. And of course, we introduce everybody to edibles in a very careful way so that they can make sure they manage it properly and we don't have unwanted side effects and that sort of thing, which is a very real thing with edibles. Yeah, so breaking the law, wrote a book, doing a podcast, and yeah, we're going to keep rolling with the punches.
It sounds like by accident, you just grew into the career of medical cannabis activist by accident.
Yeah, I was sort of planted here at just the right time to grow into this, it seems.
Well, we got the right guy at the right time. Fate came along and worked out well. Your experience that you've told us all here was rather remarkable. Your success is to be congratulated, and what's your future of going after legalization? You know, don't feel like the Lone Ranger. We're still looking at that down here, but you're dealing with, you know, up there, down here. You're dealing with lawyers and cops, and they don't understand medical. They don't understand recreation. They don't want to understand. And of course, I lecture everybody every time I get a chance. Part of the problem, probably in Canada, is they don't even think of this as a plant. You know, everything is you've described as being having a number, you know, to the dose or the percentage, and it's a plant. They can't get over that. Good luck.
I believe truly that people growing their own and making their own cannabis, which is something that we legalize, people can make whatever they want in their homes. That is so important. And issue education to help people take care of themselves is something that I want to focus on in the future.
And according to the article that I had shown earlier, this is the 10th anniversary of that court date.
Wow.
It says March.
Can you imagine that much time's gone by and look
March
at all the changes?
On the article, and here we are, 10 years later.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see the changes that lawsuit and that court case made by just looking around at the progress that's happened up in Canada.
Yeah,
but those kinds of lawsuits, again, for the international community, that's very impressive.
And
other countries look at that and they go, "Hey, wait a minute! Canada is making a move here." Or, you know, we've seen Uruguay, Spain, etc. So, again, your success in Canada had international repercussion too. It just had to.
We're a Commonwealth country too, and our Constitution is great Constitution. It's been emulated across the world, and so there's possibilities that these arguments could be applied in other countries. So yeah, that's why I kind of want to get the book out there and be very detailed. It's very detailed. I went through the transcripts with a comb and got all of the facts in there, all of the government's arguments, so you can really prepare for that if you're in Australia or maybe some other country that is looking at high dose edibles for serious conditions.
Yeah. I guess being it's not going to be released for another month or two, you got any ideas where you're going to be able to, people will be able to get it?
I'm a website for it right now, legalizingcannabis.card with 2 R's. If you check that out, you can find the pre-sales. You could order a pre-sale if you wanted. But I will be doing a bit more publication. I'll be contacting some influencers, try to get it out there through the digital means.
All right, good stuff.
Is the 2 R's the English spelling?
All right.
Well, thank you again. When you we took a little break there. The people probably won't know that, but we took a little break, and the three of us sat here and went, "Damn, that was pretty interesting." So, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for coming.
Thanks for having me.
Yes, exactly. We appreciate you coming on, and it's nice to remember going back over those whole times, and the people who are new to the cannabis community, may not have heard the story or just maybe heard it faintly. So it's always nice to be able to have somebody come back to the program who's gone through those things in order to help let people know the history and the advocacy that's been to get us to the point where we are today. Because obviously your case will have an effect on what we have today for legalization.
And again, you work with some of the pioneers like Michelle Rainey. We should give her a shout out. You want to say anything about Michelle before we go?
Well, I unfortunately didn't get much time with Michelle. I did get a nice big hug. She used to give these beautiful big hugs. Yeah, but she was a legend, largely like in the Vancouver scene, but also across the country. One of the BC3 that had so much attention brought to them from the DEA. Yeah, a real hero, standing up to some serious opposition. Yeah.
And
blessed.
Al Graham, I know that you also were a champion of Michelle Rainey, and you were a very good friend of hers as well.
Yeah, I met Michelle through Treating Yourself magazine. I mentioned earlier about the story of the first time I had met her. Over my left shoulder right here is a caricature picture of Michelle Rainey that was on the front cover of Treating Yourself magazine. And it was presented to me when I received an award, Michelle Rainey Award for my advocacy work through Treating Yourself magazine.
And she lives in our hearts, and she lives
Yes.
at Time for Hemp as well. People can find information and meet Michelle Rainey at the timeforhemp.news website. Al Byrne, I'm thinking you had a chance to meet Michelle once or twice, didn't you?
No.
All right. Well, I guess not. Well, what is there anything you want to say before we say goodbye? So long, farewell. You're on mute.
He's muted, yeah.
You're on mute.
Yeah, that's amateur stuff. But hey, I'm old,
All right.
But yeah, I did.
Let me ask that again, and I'll just make it a clean edit. And Al, is
Okay.
there anything you want to say before we say so long, farewell, bye-bye?
Yes, I want to thank again Owen Smith. You're a smart guy. You got balls. You did good. You left something behind, even if you'd have died tomorrow. So congratulations.
Thanks, Al.
And I want to remind people out there that it is important to share our broadcast so everybody around the world can understand the importance of medical cannabis and the wonderful things that this fantastic hemp plant can do. Please, again, subscribe and hit the like button if you get a chance, and let your friends know about our broadcast. That's how we get found. Go visit the timeforhemp.news website and check out our archives. There's a lot of amazing voices in there from yesteryear that still have a lot of things to say to the people who are working on the front lines today. And with that said, make everybody understand how important this plan is and how we need to come together to take time for hemp.
Look at all that money, yeah, the money that they spent. Take another look and spend some time for him. Don't cut trees for paper, cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yes, it's time for him. Whoa, an acre of hemp makes 20 bales of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rest. Well, time for help.
Yeah.
Time for Hemp is a Pace Radio Network content provider.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Yeah, you feel that? Welcome to the session. Let's vibe. Roll one up, let's take flight. Bass hits deep, ride the night. Smoking sound, it's paradise. High vibes only feeling right. High vibes, let it flow. Deep bass, watch it glow. Dub hits, rock and roll. We light it up and take it slow. Moonlight beams through the haze, blunt burn slow, lost in space. No stress here, just let go. Dr. High sets the show. Yeah, we vibing, we riding. Welcome to the High Vibe Session. Welcome to the High Vibe Session.
Hey everyone, how are you? It's David Johnson, aka Dr. High, and I want to welcome you to episode 2 of High Vibes with Dr. High, a show designed to entertain, inform, educate a little bit about cannabis, celebrate the lifestyle, and do it all through music. That's all cannabis themed. All the music is all about weed. It's all about the lifestyle. It's about so many things, but everything cannabis for sure. And I'm enjoying this process, and I'm hoping that it's going to bring some pleasure into your day too. So we won't play around. We'll get into the first song. For me, I don't know, and I'd imagine for you guys too. You can smoke a joint by yourself and catch a nice buzz. But I always find that if I smoke that same joint with somebody else, I get way higher. So that takes me higher. What takes you higher? I don't know. But let's listen to it and find out. Take me higher, everybody. Let's go.
Ain't no ceiling on this high, no breaks, no limits. Take me higher.
Backwood stuff, that's a 3.5. Took 2 pulls, now I barely feel life. Eyes too low, but my mind too bright. One more dab, I'll be gone by the night. Clouds in the whip, windows on tint. Smoke in my lungs, smell strong like mint. Ain't touched the ground since I woke up high. Ain't coming down till the whole pack dry. Vision blurry, steps too light. Took 1 hit, now I'm lost in flight. Ain't no stress, ain't no fight. Just roll up, let's touch the sky.
No ceiling on this high, no breaks, no limit. Take me higher, I don't let this down. Take me higher.
Backwood stuff, that's a 3.5. Took 2 pulls, now I barely feel life. Eyes too low, but my mind too bright. 1 more dab, I'll be gone by the night. Clouds in the whip, windows on tint. Smoke in my lungs, smell strong like mint. Ain't touched the ground since I woke up high. Ain't coming down till the whole pack dry. Vision blurry, steps too light. Took 1 hit, now I'm lost in flight. Ain't no stress, ain't no fight. Just roll up, let's touch the sky. Take me higher, no I can't come down. Smoke so strong, I might leave this town. Take me higher, let's float, let's fly. Ain't no limit, I'm touching the sky. Duck the high, hoodie feeling like a king. Clouds all around like I'm floating on wings. Blunt got me talking to spirits and things. Told the moon I'll be back by spring. Roll up again, let's double the trip. Dab rig hot, let's bubble and hit. 1 more pull, let me levitate quick. If God ain't home, I'ma sit in this seat.
Hey, I think I just hit the stars. Ain't no crash, I'm gone too far. Phone don't ring, mind on Mars. No return, smoke too large. Take me higher, no I can't come down. Smoke so strong, I might leave this town. Take me higher, let's float, let's fly. Ain't no limit, I'm touching the sky. Hey, hey, I think I just hit the stars. Ain't no crash, I'm gone too far. Phone don't ring, mind on Mars. No return, smoke too large. I don't even think I'm on Earth no more.
Somebody roll up another one.
Some of the earliest users of cannabis recorded in history were a group of assassins called Hashashin. And that's actually where the word assassin comes from. But they were the hash eaters. And they used to be like guerrilla warriors. And they would have rituals and they would consume hashish and get high and go and do crazy things. It's really kind of wild. But this music is really meant to show all different aspects of cannabis, historical as well as informational or educational or just pure entertainment. So here's a song about Hashashin called Hash Eaters. Let's go.
In the desert where the moonlight glows, a secret place where the hashish flows. Hidden hands, sun-seeking eyes, a warrior's breath before he flies.
Under the stars where the sand runs deep, A fire burns while the sages speak. One last breath, one last taste. Before the blade, before the chase. They move in shadows, silent and wise. Eyes like falcons under blood-red skies. A vision granted, a mind set free. Through desert smoke, they come to see. Whispered words in the palace halls. One deep hit and the empire falls. Dreams ignite, fear dissolves. Smoke in the wind, the fate evolves. Through desert smoke, rise so high. Visions burn the assassin's eye. Gift of the gods from dusk to sky. Dr. High watch with a knowing sight. Not just blades, but minds so sharp. They spoke in riddles, they moved through dark. A brotherhood bound by fire and leaf. A secret war, a hidden belief. The empires feared what they couldn't tame, so they cursed the herb and they banned the flame. But truth don't burn and fire don't die. The desert smoke still fills the sky. Ooh, smoke rise high. Silent footsteps in the night. Through the dunes, through the fight. One green leaf, it fuels the light. Boom, desert smoke, rise so high. Visions burn in the assassin's eye. Gift of the gods from dust to sky. Dr. High watch with a knowing sight. Desert smoke, rise so high. Visions burn in the assassin's eye. Gift of the gods from dust to sky. Dr. High watch with a knowing sight. Dr. High watch with a knowing sight. The kingdoms change, the stories fade, but the fire lives, the truth remains. From Persia's sand to the modern age, Dr. High still turns the page. Dr. High watch with a knowing sight.
So, along with my Etsy store and the Dr. High music, I also have drhigh.com. This is how Dr. High originally started. It was designed to be a place that would inform and educate people about the potential of cannabis to improve their quality of life when they were sick and confronted with a medical diagnosis that came with consequences that cannabis could help. And I researched and I put together a bunch of beginner's guides that showed people what studies had been done and what those studies had said, and provided them with enough information for them to feel hopefully inspired to go visit their healthcare practitioner or seek out a doctor who could prescribe them cannabis and help guide them along the journey. And that was the original intent in the beginning of Dr. High. So with the music, I'm not trying to just, entertain people. Music is a great connector. It allows people to really take in the message, right? You can hear a song you haven't heard in 10 years and you know the words right away. So if a beat resonates with you, if the formula works with your brain, then that information gets imparted through the music. And that's the idea of some of Dr. High music also. So the next song is Sativa versus Indica, and it's designed to educate and entertain all at the same time. So here we go.
Good night, we settle the age-old fight. In the left corner, the king of chill, Indica. And in the right, the high-flying hustler. Let's put out, let's go. Let's put out, let's go. I'm Indica, baby, I'll slow you down. Put your ass on the couch, melt tune the sound. I'm the king of chill, the master of ease. One hit of me and you'll be counting Z's. Heavy limbs, body locked. Yeah, I'm top notch. Stress relief, deep sleep. I'm the strain that makes your problems retreat. Can you keep up? Can you hold that flame? Sativa steps in, now let's play the game. Who's got the crown? Let's find out now. Roll it up, light it up, tell me what you need. Fast and loose or locked and D. Sativa got you flying in to keep it slow. Let the strain wars rage and let the people know. The battle continues. Who runs the game? I'm Sativa, son, I'll bring the light. Wake you up, make your brain take flight. Energize, I'm the go-getter's friend. Call me motivation, now get up again. Creativity, I got that, man. Write a song, paint a world, start a brand. I don't knock you out, I put you in gear. Hit me twice and you'll see it all clear. You talk too much, man, take a seat. That fast-paced life ain't for me. Round two, who you riding with? Roll it up, light it up, tell me what you need. Fast and loose or locked and deep. Sativa got you flying in to keep it slow. Make the strain wars rage and let the people know. The battle continues. Who runs the game? One for the couch. One for the sky. Who's the king? Let's hear you cry. Fast and loose or locked and deep. Sativa got you flying in to keep it slow. The strain wars rage and let the people know. The battle continues. Who runs the game? So who wins, folks? Let me hear you loud. Guess we'll have to hit another bowl and find out tomorrow.
So when I'm not at work at MTL, I'm working on my own passion project, which is Dr. High, which is cannabis education, advocacy, and entertainment, basically, along with art and apparel. So I have a store on Etsy, Dr. High AI Haze, and all the music you're hearing today is Dr. High original music, all cannabis themed. So everything I do is about weed. My work, my passion, everything is about weed. So here is a song called Elevate the Mind that'll give you a pretty good idea of what Dr. High does.
Step into the world of knowledge and light, where cannabis wisdom shines so bright. Education, advocacy, breaking the chains. Dr. High's here to spark up your brain. AI haze in the digital sky, crafting designs that'll catch your eye. Books on the shelf, knowledge in sight. Dr. High's mission, ignite and unite. Rise up, light up, open your mind. Cannabis truth no longer confined. From t-shirts to art, from facts to the page. Dr. High's leading the modern day wave. From prohibition to the freedom we seek. Teaching the truth, giving power to speak. Stoner humor with a twist of style. Wear it proud, let the world see you smile. AI haze drops a fresh new design. Cannabis apparel, one of a kind. Dr. High, care, books tell the tale of history, healing, and breaking the veil. Rise up, light up, open your mind. Cannabis truth no longer confined. From t-shirts to art, from facts to the page. Dr. High's leading the modern day wave. Rolling knowledge like a perfect joint. Stay informed, that's breaking stigma, lifting the haze. Join the movement, set minds ablaze. So light it up, take a step. Dr. Hyde, knowledge in hand. From a pound of books, from a Ottawa, it's a cannabis culture straight from the heart.
Elevate, educate, advocate.
This ain't no backyard booth, nah. You smell that? That's pressure. Za, only big bags only. We smoke like gods round here. I don't do no weak smoke. That's a disrespect. Only OG in the jar. Keep my lungs flexed. Cherry pie, lemon haze, yeah, that exotic. Roll it up, tastes like candy. This shit hypnotic. Trap phone jumping, packs touchdown. Plug know my name. I don't play, need a pound. Everyday rotation like my name, Big Snoop. Burn so loud, neighbors knocking like whoop. They talking loud, but they smoke too quiet. Roll up that za, let the whole room riot. Blowing O's like a king, high and defiant. We don't do weak, only fire. Stay supplied with gas gods, big lungs, top tier. Roll deep, clouds thick, disappear. Only fire, no Reggie in here. If it ain't loud, then we ain't here. Dank clouds spilling out the champion hoodie. Dr. High print, got the art looking goody. Smoke so thick, can't see where I stood. That's strange and rare, boy, this ain't off the shelf. This some goat level good. Backwood stuff, took 3 just to twist it. Shorty in my ear, she say I'm too lifted. Pass her the blunt, she hit it like a vet. Says she needs some gas, now we vibing on a jet. Gas, gods, only top smoke. 808s hit, shake the whole damn lot. Cops roll by, but they know we don't stop. Eyes too red, but the pack too strong. We stay lit till the break of dawn. Making it a true smoker's anthem. Green gas gods, big lungs, top tier. Roll deep, clouds thick, disappear. Only fire, no Reggie in here. If it ain't loud, then we ain't in here. Gas gods, big leg lungs, top tier. Roll deep, clouds thick, disappear. Only fire, no Reggie in here. If it ain't loud, then we ain't in here. Dank clouds spilling out the champion hoodie. Dr. High print, got the art looking goody. Only fire, no Reggie in here. If it ain't loud, then we ain't in here. Gas gods, big lungs, top tier. Roll deep, clouds thick, disappear. Only fire, no Reggie in here. If it ain't loud, then we ain't in here. Dank clouds spilling out the champion hoodie. Dr. High print, got the art looking goody. Smoke so thick, can't see where I stood. That's strange and rare, boy, this ain't off the shelf. This some gold level good. Backwood stuff to 3 just to twist it. Shorty in my ear, she say I'm too lifted. Pass her the blunt, she hit it like a vet. Says she needs some gas, now we vibing on the jet. Gas, gods, only top smoke. 808s hit, shake the whole damn lot. Cops roll by, but they know we don't stop. Eyes too red, but the pack too strong. We stay lit till the break of dawn. Making it a true smoker's anthem. No gas, gods, big lungs, top tier. Roll deep, clouds thick, disappear. Almost dead. Only fire, no Reggie You ain't here if you ain't loud. The women here. Only loud, only guys, only got the high on my body. That's the squad.
Hey, Canada fam, how are you? You know, I think we all know what it's like to take a long road trip, and I think we know that weed is a great companion when you're out on the road. You know, sometimes we're going someplace, and sometimes we're running away from something. And this little song about running away from your past, but it always just keeps riding shotgun with you. You know, you can never get over it, so you just have to accept it and move along. 420 miles to Memphis. Let's go.
Been driving since sundown, still got a ways to go. Going 420 miles, man, the road moves slow. Stereo humming, just me and my thoughts. Ain't no turning back, ain't no getting lost. Windows down, let the cool wind creep. And midnight highway got a soul so deep. Rolled one up cause my mind won't rest. Trying to outrun my past, but it's riding shotgun, I guess. Every mile got a memory, every song got a tale. Rolling through the south like a ghost on the trail. Street lights flicker, gas station glow. One more town, one more to go. Town, one more to go. Ain't looking back, got the windows down. Smoke in the air, whiskey on my mind. Leaving my past somewhere behind. Duck door, high road like a song. Keep that engine humming, keep moving on. Took a left down memory lane. Should've known better, but I go there again. Lot of lessons learned, lot of bridges burned. Guess you can't outrun the past at every turn. Saw a sign said next stop Tennessee, but I'm lost in my mind, ain't where I need to be. Took a long deep hit, let the world slow down. All I got is the road and the sound. Every mile got a memory, every song got a tale. Rolling through the south like a ghost on the trail. Street lights flicker, gas station glow. One more town, one more to go. One more to go. Ain't looking back, got the windows down. Smoke in the air, whiskey on my mind. Leaving my past somewhere behind. Duck door, high road like a song. Keep that engine humming, keep moving on. The road don't judge, it just keeps rolling on. All these ghosts just fade with the dawn. One last drag, let the wind take my pain. By the time I hit Memphis, I won't be the same. Ain't looking back, got the windows down. Smoke in the air, whiskey on my mind. Leaving my past somewhere behind. Duck door, high road like a song. Keep that engine humming, keep moving on.
You know, statistics are showing these days that female cannabis consumers are fully 50% of the market. Women in weed is a real thing these days. That's why brands like Lazy Susan have been doing so well. I think other accessory manufacturers need to really start about thinking how to design products that are going to be functional and appealing to the ladies. So, you know, it's an important thing. Anyway, here's a little song about women who can do it for themselves, women in weed. Enjoy.
That's all I need. I want to be here. Let's see where we
Straight and rolls up just like a boss. She roll it up, she don't need no help. Nails long, still twisted herself. She don't hit me, she know what's best. Took one pull, now she laying on my chest. Eyes real low, lips real thick. Told me take a hit, then she gave me a kiss. We don't do drama, we just do smoke. She my little vibe when the world moves slow. She ain't basic, she ain't shy. She get high, she get fly. Smoke that loud, feel that vibe. We roll deep, we ride or die. Need it winning all I need. Roll my blunt, sit on my seat. She take a hit and pass to me. Ain't no stress, just THC. Dr. High hoodie sitting on her frame, smoking like a queen, yeah, she know the strain. She don't need no dude, she got her own game. We just get high, we don't do no lames. Got her own stash, got her own pack. She hit that bong and she throw it right back. Wake and bake, then she roll me a J. Said we don't need love, we just need space. Hey, light another one. Let's see where the smoke takes us. Eyes too low, touch too light, smoke too thick, vibe too right, room turn blue, vision feel tight. Took one hit, now we lost in the night. All I need, roll my blunt, sit on my seat. She take a hit, then pass to me. Ain't no stress, just THC. I think I found my kind of girl. Or maybe it's just the weed talking.
Well, occasionally, being part of the outlaw culture means you might have to run from the police. And if you do, you'll want to have a fast car. So this story is about that run. It's called Speed Traps and Smoke Clouds.
Tires grip the asphalt, rubber burns, and the motor growling loud like a beast that learned. Got a trunk full of green, ain't slowing down. Sheriff on my tail, but I ain't turning around. There's 2 state lines, I done crossed them all. Rolling so fast, man, the wheels might fall. Sheriff say pull over, I just laugh. Let the smoke pour out as I hit the gas. Speed trap, smoke clouds, highways mine. Foot down heavy, leaving dust behind. Lawman trying, but he can't keep pace. By the time he catch up, I'll be out of this place. Speed traps, smoke clouds, highway down. Foot down heavy, leaving dust behind. Lawman trying, but he can't keep pace. By the time he catch up, I'll be out of this place. They can't chase. Speed trap, smoke clouds, running real high. Blur red and blue flashing, but I wave goodbye. Cold windows down, let the reefer roll. Make slow it down, let the good times flow. You can't catch what you can't see. If you ain't riding fast, then you're riding blind. Gotta keep 2 routes, gotta know these roads. They my first time out running these folks. Gas station stop, hell, not today. Took a dirt road south, let the dust display. They got choppers in the sky, dogs on the ground. Trying to sniff my stash, but it's buried down. Ain't no siren, never stop my drive. I was born to run, man, it's do or die. Speed trap, smoke clouds, highways mine. Foot down heavy, leaving dust behind. Lawman trying, but he can't keep pace. By the time he catch up, I'll be out of this place. Chasing shadow. Speed trap, smoke clouds, running real high. Red and blue flashing, but I wave goodbye. Play the windows down, let the reefer roll. Ain't slowing down, let the good times flow. You can't catch what you can't see. If you ain't riding fast, then you're riding blind. Back road twist, got a lose this heat. Ain't no prison cell ever hold my seat. Took the highway turn, hit 105. By the time they hit the curb, I was out of sight.
Speed trap, smoke clouds, highways mine. And foot down heavy, leaving dust speed mine. Lawman trying, but he can't keep pace. By the time he catch up, I'll be out of this place. Speed traps and smoke clouds, highways mine. Foot down heavy, leaving dust behind. Lawman trying, but he can't keep pace. Speed traps and smoke clouds, running real high. Blue, red, and blue flash pushing, but I wave goodbye. Windows down, let the reefer roll. They slowing down, let the good times flow. You can't catch what you can't see. If you ain't riding fast, then you're riding blind.
Hey, Ken fam, how are you? I know a lot of you are like me out there. You know, we've been getting high since the 70s. I started getting high in the late 70s. And the thing that weed was really different back then. And a lot of it came to us in the end by truck drivers moving loads in their trucks. You know what I mean? Smuggling it up from Mexico and bringing it all around the country, or we wouldn't have had any access to it at all. So these guys were kind of heroes in the 70s and the early 80s to us, you know, the smugglers and the guys who moved it. So this is a little song that's a tribute to them. It's called Truckers and Tokers.
Rolling heavy, rolling strong, keep the reefer on. Running I-40, got a full load stack. LCB buzzing, got the boys in the back. Hauling more than freight, got that real good green. Crossing state lines, trying not to be seen. Rest stop, smoke break, take a hit the gas. One eye on the mirror, 1 foot on the dash. They say don't drive high, man, I drive real slow. Keep it between the lines, let the reefer smoke roll. Well, keep that pedal down, keep that joint lit. Ain't no road too long when you're riding with a split. From Georgia to Texas, from Cali to Maine. We're rolling up, rolling loud, rolling through the rain. Keep rolling, keep smoking, ride around real high. Rolling through the night, beneath the moonlit sky. Got a full tank, got a full sack, blowing smoke down the highway, ain't looking back. Wrote the roadmap for this ride, turn the CD up, let the smoke collide. Saw the blue lights flashing, had to take that turn. Back road ride, tires kicking up dirt. They checking my logs, trying to slow me down. Little do they know I got pounds underground. Cross state lines, keep the stash real tight. Ain't gonna let them stop my ride tonight. I ain't pushing weight, just bringing peace. We're trucking this plan till the law release. Keep that pedal down, keep that joint lit. Ain't no road too long when you're riding with a split. From Georgia to Texas, from Cali to Maine. We rolling up, rolling loud, rolling through the rain. Keep smoking, riding real high. We rolling through the night, neath the moonlit sky. Got a full tank, got a full sack, blowing smoke down the highway, ain't looking back. Wrote the roadmap for this ride, turn the CD up, let the smoke collide. One more stretch, got one more load. If the wheels keep turning, the fire stays bright. Roll on up and ride through the night. Keep the pedal down, keep the joint lit. Ain't no road too long when you're riding with a split. From Georgia to Texas, from Cali to Maine. Rolling up, rolling loud, rolling through the rain. Rolling, keep smoking. Rolling through the night neath the moonlit sky. Full tank, got a full sack. Blowing smoke down the highway, ain't looking back. No, wrote the road map for this ride. People turn to see me up, let the smoke collide.
So here's an experience a lot of us have had. Whether we've been traveling for work, moving from one place to another, been on the run, hiding from the law. You know, there are so many different scenarios that would cause us to be at some point alone in a motel room, someplace that you're not used to, in a situation where your future or whatever the case may be unknown to you. You know, you're in the motel and you decide that, you know, it's time to relax for the night, and you reach for your bag and grab your grinder and roll up a joint, and you're sitting there and getting high, just trying to start relaxing and feel better. And you know, your mind drifts to the past, things that have happened. I mean, especially if the reason that you're on the move is because, you know, you're in trouble, you're in hiding, you're, you know, leaving a bad relationship, whatever the case may be. But whatever it is, this song is really about that type of night. And it's a pretty good one, so I hope you like it. It's called Rolling Paper and Red Eyes. So enjoy.
One hand on the grinder, one hand on the past. Breaking down the years, man, it's gone too fast. Sticky on my fingers, resin in my soul. Ain't in no hurry, let the good times roll. Tear the paper, fold it tight. Twist up the past, make the wrong things right. Match hit the tip, slow inhale. Took a deep pull, let the memories sail. Rolling paper and red eyes, long nights, slow rise. Thinking about the things I can't rewind. Let the smoke curl, let the time fade. One more hit for the ones who stray. One more hit for the ones who stray. Rolling papers and red eyes, lost in the past. Every drag takes me back too fast. Moonlight, street lights fading away. Smoke in the air like ghosts wanna stay. Don't happen here a time or two. Ain't nothing new about getting lost in the blue. 2 a.m. ain't got nowhere to be. Just me and the road, just me and this weed. Radio humming static in the night. Trying to find a song that's gonna set me right. Left a long drive, no destination. Smoking on wisdom, chasing revelation. They say don't look back, but I take one glance. Roll another one, leave it all to chance. Rolling paper and red eyes, long nights, slow rise. Thinking about the things I can't rewind. Let the smoke curl, let the time fade. One more hit for the ones who stray. One more hit for the ones who stray. Rolling papers and red eyes, lost in the past. Every drag takes me back too fast. Moonlight, street lights fading away. Smoke in the air like ghosts wanna stay. Dog robbing here a time or two. Ain't nothing new about getting lost in the blue. What if every breath was a second chance? What if the past only lives in a glance? What if the road don't ever run straight? What if we just here learning to wait?
in the air like ghosts wanna stay. Going drive in here a time or two. Ain't nothing new about getting lost in the blue.
So apart from Dr. High, I also work in the cannabis industry. So I work for MTL Cannabis here in Montreal. I work in the post-production department, working with the harvest, bucking, trimming, getting the plant ready to go into packaging or bulk packaging, or whatever the case may be. And 4 months ago, I started working with a girl. Her name is Gabby Z. And just the funniest, most amazing person. I've grown quite fond of her over the last few months, and we've become quite good friends. And one day while I was putting together some music, I thought it might be fun to poke at her a little bit and tease her because she's got a bit of a wild side. And some of the conversations, I'll tell you, make an old man blush. But she's an amazing girl. And I put this song together to play around. And this is for her. It's Gabby Z.
At MTO with a boss lady who's funny as hell. She runs the trimmers, sorts the bud. Gabby's got power, ain't no bud. She tells the team, roll it tight. Keeps the Mobius trimming right. Sanitation, she don't slack. Wipes it down and hits the pack. Oh, cheesy, the queen of butts, blunts, and these sticks. Never takes her socks off even when she gets her kicks. She's got an oral fixation and a self-lubrication. Oh, GC, you're a legend in creation. After work, she's rolling fat. Takes a hit and leans right back. Blunts or bombs don't matter much. She smokes it all with a magic touch. Then she's shucking oysters, chef supreme. Sipping wine, living the dream. Hit the bar, tequila shots. Then it's a meat stick in the parking lot. Oh, cheesy, the queen of butts, blunts, and these sticks. Rolls a joint so perfect, hits that bong and takes a sip. She's got an oral fixation and a self-lubrication. Oh, GC, you're a legend in creation. Now, some folks say she's kind of strange, but let me tell you, she owns that game. Socks in bed, that's her rule. But when she's stoned, she plays it cool. 1 puff, 2 puffs, 3 puffs done, then she's out the door for some late night fun. If there's no weed, she's got that look. You best back off, she needs her kush. Dr. High, yeah, that's my name. Rolling joints and spitting game. GC's my friend, she's one of a kind. Crazy, funny, and high all the time. Oh, cheesy, the queen of butts, blunts, and these sticks. Rolls the fattest joints, then takes the biggest reps. She's got an oral fixation and a self-lubrication. Oh, GC, you're a legend in creation. After work, she's rolling fat. Takes a hit and leans right back. Blunts or bongs don't matter much. She smokes it all with a magic touch. Then she's shucking oysters, chef supreme. Sipping wine, living the dream. Hit the bar, tequila shots. Then it's a meat stick in the parking lot. Now some folks say she's kind of strange, but let me tell you, she owns that game. Socks in bed, that's her rule. But when she's stoned, she plays it cool. 1 puff, 2 puffs, 3 puffs done, then she's out the door for some late night fun. If there's no weed, she's got that look. You best back off, she needs her kush. Dr. High, yeah, that's my name. Rolling joints and spitting game. GC's my friend, she's one of a kind. Crazy, funny, and high all the time.
So we all know that guy who gets high and gets really philosophical and deep into thought and can predict the future and, can be pretty interesting conversation with people like that, because I believe that certain things do open the mind and they do allow us to see the possibility of things that we may not have noticed otherwise. So I think cannabis is enlightenment, and we should all be spreading the word. Anyway, here's a quick song about one of those guys who was deep into thought when he hits the bong. He's the bong water oracle.
He sat in the corner, eyes half closed, wrapped in smoke like a worn out road. They say he's seen the past, the present, the end, through the bottom of a bong that ain't never been cleaned. I dropped a 20, said, tell me my fate. He took one hit, then made me wait. Stared real deep like a wise old sage, then coughed up a lung and said, bro, you blazed. Bong water vision, secrets untold. Sip it if you dare, but the taste too cold. One puff, two puff, spirits arise. The answer's in the bubbles if you open your mind. If you open your mind. But don't ask too much or it might be too late. He sees the future, but it's cloudy as hell. Take another rip and let the vision swell. But he still took a hit, now the truth feels near. He looked at the ripples, let out a sigh. Said, son, I see tacos falling from the sky. I said, that ain't prophecy, man, that's a dream. He just grinned and said, trust the green. He whispered, aliens, they've been here a while. Built the pyramids, then dipped with a smile. I said, that's insane, he just shook his head. It's all in the bong, man, reality's dead. Bong water visions, truth dripping slow. Sip it if you dare, but you may not know. One puff, two puff, the answers arrive. But the more you see, the less you survive. The less you survive. Don't ask too much, or it might be too late. He sees the future, but it's cloudy as hell. Take another rip and let the vision swell. But he still took a hit, now the truth feels near. Maybe time ain't real, maybe fate's a game. Maybe the future's just a smoky haze. Maybe I should ask one last thing. But damn, this water got a funky sting.
So we all know that guy who says, I'm not high. But we know he's stoned as fuck. But he always says he isn't. So I don't get it. But here we go. We're going to finish the night with a fun little song called Bro, I'm Not High.
Yo, bro, you high? It's just my eyes it's just the allergies. Dobby is, I'm not hot, bro, trust me, please. I ate some chips, got real deep in thought. Now, I forgot what we were talking about. How I ain't slow, I ain't dumb. One, I just zoned out looking at the sun. It's not the smoke, it's the air outside. Why you laughing, bro? I swear I'm fine. Bro, you high? Nah, man, I'm just real tired. Bro, you high? Nah, bro, my contacts expired. Bro, you high? I think it's the snacks, man, I swear. Bro, you high? Okay, maybe just a little bit there. Larry eyes half closed, driving real slow. A cop pulls up, knock, knock on the window. License registration, what's that smell? Hey, sir, I swear it's my cologne from Chanel. Watching cartoons, laughing too much. My roommate walks in like, bro, what the fuck? Nah, man, it's just my mood tonight. Why the TV off if you feeling alright? Bro, you high? Nah, man, I just love deep thoughts. Bro, you high? I've been blinking too much, that's why I'm lost. Bro, you high? Thing, man, I just ate and got real wise. Bro, you high? Okay, made it, but just one time. Wait, what was I saying? Did I text my mom? Did I leave the oven on? Yo, why my heart beating like a drum? I ain't high, man. Stop asking me. Wait, what were we talking about, bro? Bro, you high? Nah, man, I think I'm good. Bro, you high? Maybe just a little misunderstood. Bro, you high? Okay, man, but that's alright. Bro, you high? You already know, man, pass that light.
Well, everyone, that's going to wrap it up for episode 2 of High Vibes with Dr. High. I appreciate you taking the time to spend with me tonight. It's been a lot of fun. I hope you enjoyed the music. Let's keep working together to break the stigma, spread the word about cannabis, how it can help people, how it can change lives, and just be really beneficial to society in so many different ways. We look forward to seeing you again next week with some new songs. So I wish you safe, happy time, and we'll see you soon. Take care. Bye.
Yeah, you feel that? Welcome to the session. Let's vibe. Roll one up, let's take flight. Bass hits deep, ride the night. Smoking sound, it's paradise. High vibes only feeling right. High vibes, let it flow. Deep bass, watch it glow. Dub hits, rock and roll. We light it up and take it slow.
Dr. High is a Pace Radio Network content provider. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega, Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at Pace Radio.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.